I'd like to call the Monday, June 6, 2016 meeting of the Greenville City Council to order. I'm Mayor Alan Thomas. I'll be moderating the meeting this evening. For our invocation and pledge of allegiance, I'd like to call on Councilmember Candy Smith for those items. Ms. Smith.
Please bow your head. Dear Lord, thank you so much for allowing us to come together to see another day. Thank you for life, health, and strength. We ask you to be with each and every one of us. Please give us wisdom and discernment to be able to hear your word and what you would have us to do. Thank you for all that you've done. We pray that you give those who are en route traveling grace and mercy, and make sure that you watch over each and every one of us as we make these decisions. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Thomas.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Present.
Councilmember Glover. Here. Councilmember Godley.
Here.
Councilmember Smiley.
Here.
Councilmember Conley.
Here.
Councilmember Mercer.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We now move forward with approval of tonight's agenda. Madam Manager, any recommended changes to tonight's agenda?
I have none.
All right. Being there's none, a motion to approve would be in order, and second.
So moved.
Move Pro Tem Smith. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Smiley. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We now move forward to the public comment period. This period is general public comment. This is not about the budget or anything related to the budget items tonight or imperial tobacco or things of that nature. This period is just general. We'll get to the other hearing related to the budgetary items shortly here in the meeting. So the public comment period is a period reserved for comments by the public. Items that were or are scheduled to be the subject of public hearings conducted at this meeting or another meeting during the same week shall not be discussed. A total of 30 minutes is allocated. Each individual being allowed no more than 3 minutes. Individuals who register with the city clerk to speak will speak in the order registered until the allocated 30 minutes have expired. If time remains after all persons who've registered have spoken, individuals who did not register will have an opportunity to speak until the allocated 30 minutes have expired. Madam Clerk, do we have any individual registered for general public comment?
Based on the forms, and if somebody has a different topic from my understanding of it, then my apologies. They may want to speak up after we go through these. But Ben Johnson, and then we have one more that looks like it's not budget related.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, do you want to speak in general or on the budget here in a bit? That'll be next.
I can speak now.
All right. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I did not speak with the attorney to see how much time I had without being sued.
You're good for 3 minutes.
I have Mr. Mayor, I have a lot of concerns, lots and lots of concerns. Number one is the town common. I'm concerned about the bell tower. I'm concerned about Sycamore Hill Monument. That Sycamore Hill Monument, that church was a part of my grandparents. My grandmother was one of the original founders of Sycamore Hill, and so that's very dear to me. I'm concerned about the radio tower that's over there, that we may not lose that. And I'm concerned about Albemarle Avenue, we call the block, and that's where we gathered on the weekends. And if we seemingly we're not paying attention to it. All of us are paying taxes, and seemingly nothing is happening for us in those areas. A lot of other areas, nothing happening. We're all paying the same taxes, and maybe not as much, but the same percentage-wise. And the block when I grew up here in the 30s and the 40s, that was a major haven for us, there and 5th Street. But it's not there anymore. And seemingly that everything is more important than what's happening there. We came tonight to let you know we have a lot of concern over these things. And also to Mr. Mercer, I know you know about this area, and we're all paying taxes. You're going to build downtown or uptown, whatever you may call it. You may use uptown or downtown, but there's other areas other than downtown or uptown. There's West Greenville, and there's north of the river. We've done a lot of work working over there many times with Councilman Smith, Councilman Glover, and also Councilman Mercer. He's been involved with us over there. Also, this young man used to come over many times when he was running for council person, and with his mother coming to be with us. So I've seen all of you all the time, and I appreciate the things you are doing, and also I appreciate the staff you have too, to the city manager. We have a lot of help from them, the police department, the fire department. They work strongly with us for the Epps alumni parades and all these things. So, but I have these other concerns. I would hope to the mayor and the city council that we'll do something with these things and not ignore them. And I'm not going to get sued, I hope.
You're good.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson. Madam Clerk, additional speakers for general public comment.
Mr. John Joseph Lafito.
Mr. Lafito. Thank you, Mr. Lafito. 3 minutes.
Sir. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank the citizens of Greenville for making this opportunity available, for maintaining this forum. I think it contributes to greater accountability and greater transparency in government, particularly municipal government in this case. That's the first point I wanted to make. There are 4 additional points. Secondly, I was involved some time ago in a personnel matter with some personnel at Shepherd Memorial Library. And I just wanted to bring that to a sense of closure, at least for myself. To briefly present what happened. Thirdly, the camera evidence and the patron testimony does not seem to corroborate the testimony of the staff at Shepherd Memorial. Therefore, I would simply like to consider other sources of evidence besides what you have, since it doesn't seem to prove the case significantly toward your view. Fourth, when there is conflicting evidence, you would usually, again, seek another source of evidence. For example, if you went to a doctor and there was a 70% chance the doctor was going to call the disease right, 30% he would miss it. So you'd seek a second opinion. If it was an independent source, you'd again have 70-30. So the chance that both of them would miss it would be 0.3 squared or 0.9%. So by seeking that additional evidence, you reduce that error rate from 30% down to 9%. What about if you seek a third opinion? Then you've got 0.3 squared or 2.7%. So you've come from an error rate of 30% by seeking additional independent opinions down to 2.7%. All I'm saying is I've tried to seek a lie detector test. I'm sure the staff at Shepherd is very honorable. I'm sure they're very honorable and distinguished people, and they probably would just chafe at the chance to have a chance to put themselves on the public record. Again, I would like to thank the City Council and especially the citizens of Greenville for having the opportunity to address it.
Thank you, Mr. Lafito. Madam Clerk, additional speakers in general public comment.
No one else is registered that doesn't appear to be a budget comment.
Okay. Any other comments on general relation? Seeing none, we'll move forward now to special recognitions. Madam Manager.
Special recognitions for tonight. We have the North Carolina Symphony Ovations participants. Gary Fenton, Recreation and Parks Director, is going to come and give a few remarks. And Councilmember Smith has been very involved with them too, so we're going to come up and congratulate them.
Thank you. When arriving tonight in the lobby, you probably noticed some participants in the Epps Recreation Center music program. These were members of the Epps Ensemble. The members of the Epps Ensemble included from J.H. Rose, Karen Amato, Lucas Mebin on violin, Karen on violin as well, Jay Mebin on cello, and from E.B. Aycock, Richard Patterson Jr. on violin. And these folks have been led by Austin, I forgot Austin's last name. Sorry, Austin. Austin Land, sorry. Who is our music instructor there at Epps. Does a great job with these young people. We're very proud of what they have represented for the city of Greenville. Recently, they were invited to perform at a pre-concert, which is associated with the North Carolina Symphony in Raleigh. That program is referred to as Ovations, and the symphony creates it in order to give student and community groups and musicians an opportunity to perform in front of a live audience. And our group here from Greenville, was invited to perform on May the 13th, a Friday evening, there in Raleigh. And I believe Mayor Pro Tem Smith and the city manager, as well as Councilmember Smiley, went over that night to enjoy the music of these young people, and I think they truly did represent us well, and we're very proud of that. I'd like to invite a couple of the members, there's 2 members plus Austin, to the stage. If you would come forward, please. And we have Jay here, and we have Richard Patterson. It's good to see you, Jay. Richard, thank you for being here. Austin, thank you for your leadership. These folks are somebody that we can really be proud of. You know, in Recreation and Parks, we work very hard to show people that recreation is very, very diverse, and that music is a big part of recreation. It's not all about sports. We try to introduce people to a lot of different aspects of recreation, recreation we like to call it, because that's what it should do for people. We are so proud of what they accomplished when they were over there, and they were the only Recreation and Parks group that was invited to be part of the symphony during the 15-16 season. They were the only group from Eastern North Carolina, and so they really did represent us very well, and we would like to thank them and recognize them for representing us so well. I know that Councilmember Smith had a special love for this organization and this particular project. Mary Patterson, by the way, Richard's mom, was in a leadership role. She could not be here this evening, but she really was instrumental in helping us pull this off, and we're very grateful to her as well. Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
I can't say enough words, because sometimes we have individuals and they're interested in different things. And when this first came to my attention at Epps Recreational Center, that we had youth involved in music and interested in music, it was awesome to me. So of course I had to do everything I could to make sure that I supported these young individuals. Now I knew they were good, but I had no idea they were as good as they were until they actually played at the symphony for us. And I was shocked at all of the people who came to us who were from Eastern North Carolina. I think one of them, his son owns Chico's, and he used to live here, and several other people, and they said, this is what's needed in this area. I am so proud to see this happening, because if we don't have the arts, we stifle a lot of what the kids do. So I was really impressed. They did an awesome job, and I was a little bit more nervous than they were. So I would like to say thank you so much. Excuse me, I'm gonna call you PJ, because that's what I know you as. And Lucas, for the wonderful job that you've done, and Austin as well. Thank you so much. And they're the duet right now, but they're really a trio. They were awesome, and everybody came and had to stop because we were not too far from the bathrooms, and they was like, oh, what's going on? So it was wonderful. I encourage you to continue to do what you're doing, because there's no limit. It used to be the sky. There's no limit. So God bless you, and thank you for everything that you've brought to Epps, and we look forward to you continuing in your talents. Thank you so much.
And I'd just like to say, Council members Smiley and I rode over together, and we were just certainly impressed. And I tell you, this young youth group and under your leadership made the city of Greenville so proud. People were just astounded that we had such talent that were there in Raleigh, of course, in the state's capital, performing the way we did. It was absolutely magnificent. So thank you so much. We have awards for you. Okay. Okay. Lucas. That's great. No, this is Lucas. Lucas is not here.
Austin will take the two.
Okay.
Front and center. You guys next to each other.
What was your 10 on this one?
And this is for Ms. Patterson, so since she can't be here, we're going to have Austin to pass it to you, Richard, her husband, so you can make sure that she gets this photo of the group. Thank you.
That's cool. That's not a big deal. Let's give my hand.
Just we've got a lot of people here. Let's go ahead and move up the public hearings if possible.
Well, we have a consent agenda. It should be one vote unless somebody's got to pull something.
Okay, well, let's just move it in front of the consent agenda.
All right, Madam Manager. Mr. Godley, do you have a suggestion?
Yeah, just we got a lot of folks here tonight that I know are here to talk in the public comment period. They have families and things to do outside of this. If possible, could we move up the public hearings to in front of that, just so they can get on, be able to share their thoughts with us, and also if they have to leave and go pick up their children, I think it'd be wise for us to do that for them.
Is there any discussion on board to move up the, and also, I'd like to recognize, we have Rose Glover back here for the first night in a long, let's give her a hand for having her back in our presence. Thank the Lord. Somebody is filling this seat.
I would suggest
Smiley.
we just address the consent agenda, and if anybody wants to pull something off it, we simply move it to the end of the meeting rather than doing it.
That's fine.
That would make sense.
That's fine.
All right, well, let's proceed with consent agenda, and we'll follow as such.
Okay, the consent agenda, minutes from the February 11, 2016 City Council meeting. Number 2, resolution amending the City of Greenville personnel policies to add ethics and conflicts of interest policy. Number 3, resolution amending the City of Greenville personnel policies to allow the waiver of a probationary period for employees reclassified to a lower or lateral classification due to reorganization or restructuring. Number 4, consideration of reclassification requests and a resolution amending the assignment of classes to pay grades and ranges in the pay plan. Number 5, transfer and operating agreement with East Carolina University for equipment acquired with the Golden Leaf Grant. Number 6, police services contract and operational memorandum of understanding between the City of Greenville and the Greenville Housing Authority. Number 7, resolution approving the grant of right-of-way and an easement to the North Carolina Department of Transportation upon property owned by the city for the use and benefit of Greenville Utilities Commission in connection with the Southwest Bypass Project. Number 8, resolution approving the grant of right-of-way to the North Carolina Department of Transportation upon property owned by the city and Pitt County in connection with the Southwest Bypass Project. Number 9, ordinances and reimbursement resolution amending Greenville Utilities Commission's FY 15 and 16 budget and various capital projects budgets. Number 10, revised financial policy guidelines. Number 11, report on bids and contracts awarded. Number 12, various tax refunds greater than $100. And number 13, budget ordinance amendment number 9 to the 2015-16 City of Greenville budget, which is ordinance number 15-032, an amendment to the project budget ordinance, which is ordinance number 15-053. That concludes.
Okay. All right. Questions on the agenda or motion to approve?
Is this what we're pulling? Okay. I'd like to pull 4, 5, 10, and 13.
4, 5, 10, 13. So we'll move those past after item 19.
Yeah, I would suggest 19A, B, C, and D.
All right, so we'll move those after 19. Right after the cops hiring grant, add those, A, B, C, D.
Move to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
Motion approved. Mr. Smiley, is there a second? Second. Mr. Godley, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. So now we'll move on to new business and public hearings. This is the public hearing on the proposed fiscal year 2016-17 budgets. Included public hearing to be held concurrently on proposed stormwater management utility rate increase, the Shepherd Memorial Library, Pitt Greenville Convention and Visitors Authority, and Greenville Utilities Commission. Is that true, Dave? Anything else we missing there?
Sam, you mentioned the stormwater utility.
I did.
Okay. Yes, that's it.
And the policy for public comment for budgetary is pretty similar. Everybody gets 3 minutes, and it goes for 30 minutes. And if we haven't, honestly, if we have a significant number of people who still wish to speak after we're at 30 minutes, I'm sure the courtesy of the board will allow us to continue to be taking comment. So we're going to be here until the last speaker is heard if we can. So, Madam Manager, I guess we'll proceed with the process.
We will proceed, and this budget presentation picks up where we left off. The council voted to bring back the budget in a particular format, and so that is what you will see this evening. And then we have added an additional section that I mentioned at our last meeting regarding the budget, where we will do a little bit of a look ahead for the next 5 years in terms of capital projects. Michael's going to start, and then I'm going to conclude.
Good evening. We'll spend a few minutes kind of walking back through where we are with the budget as it currently stands as approved. The proposed budget for the city of Greenville for all funds is approximately $390.7 million, which includes city-managed funds of approximately $129.5 million, which is 33% of the total. We have Shepherd Memorial Library at $2.5 million, the Convention and Visitors Authority budget at $1.2 million, and then Greenville Utilities, which comprise almost 66% of the total, at $257.5 million. If you look at the proposed budget that is managed by the city, it's approximately, again, $129.4 million, with the general fund coming in for 2017 as proposed at $80.8 million. Makes up approximately 2% of the overall budget. And for the financial plan for next year, 2018, it's $80.9 million. The proposed budget, the general fund budget for 2017, equals a 3.4% increase from the 2016 original budget, which includes approximately $500,000 increase for debt service, which, excluding that, the increase would be approximately 2.7%. The budget as proposed stands at a property tax rate of 51.3 cents. That's the revenue neutral rate. It includes debt service of approximately $539,000 increase to fund the first half of the 2015 GO bond projects, $8 million. It equals about 8 cents on the property tax rate, with the remaining funds anticipated to be leveraged in 2 years from now, in fiscal year 2019. The budget also includes an increase in public safety positions, a police grant pool between 2 and 4 positions, as well as 3 new fire rescue positions. The police grant pool will serve as a match for additional police positions through grants, and the city has also applied for additional child victim advocate program positions between 1 and 2 positions. That would bring up anywhere between 2 and 6 positions, depending on which grants would be approved. The budget also includes $35,000 for the new Summer Youth at Work program, which we're moving forward with at this point in time, starting this summer. The budget also includes approximately $1.3 million appropriated to the Town Common project, made up of both recurring and one-time funding over the next 2 years. The budget also includes a 2% salary increase, about $800,000 in total, $400,000 per percentage. And this 2% increase will allow for reinstatement of the merit program in order to stay competitive with the external market. The proposal here is to follow a suit with a format similar to that of GUC, which would include a 0.5% market increase as well as a 1.5% merit increase to come up with the overall 2%. And I would also add that the budget includes a 3% allowance for vacancy, which means that the salary expenses, the budget has been reduced by 3% to accommodate a 3% vacancy allowance. The OPEB contributions have been increased within this budget for 2016-17 by $50,000 to match the $500,000 goal that was established many years ago by the council. And an actuarial study will be performed this fall to determine where we stand with concerns to the funding for this program. The facility improvement budget stands at approximately $1.6 million for the next 2 years. This was a program that was established back in 2015 with a 1 cent increase on the property tax rate, as well as redirections from various different departments in order to fund the deferred maintenance projects of the city. Again, standing at approximately $1.6 million each year for the next 2 years. The general fund budget includes approximately $6.1 million in capital projects over the next 2 years, $3.6 million for 2016-17, and the financial plan includes approximately $2.5 million in projects. But by this general fund budget, by no means covers the overall scope of projects underway or to be underway by the city. If you look across all the city-managed funds, it's approximately $30 million worth of projects that will be maneuvered through over the next 2 years, which includes everything from the Town Creek Culvert project of almost $15 million, street resurfacing of about $3.5 million a year, which includes bond funds, the Dickinson Parking Project, approximately $1.9 million, which does not include the hardening of the lot for a potential parking deck in the future. The West Fifth Street streetscape, approximately $1.9 million, that is being funded through the bond proceeds. We have town common renovation, which we've talked about that previously, and various other projects that we walked through both at the budget work session as well as when the proposed budget was originally presented. The general fund revenues stand at approximately $80.8 million for 2016-17, which is comprised of approximately 2/3 of that revenue in the form of property tax revenues as well as sales tax revenues. Like we talked about in the past, once you take in the GUC transfer in, the utility franchise tax, motor vehicle tax, rescue transport services, you have about 7 or 8 line items that make up over 90% of the overall general fund revenues as presented. And to follow suit with that, we've looked at the general fund expenses. This is very typical of what we've talked about in the past. We are leveraged with human resources to carry out the functions of this government for the most part, comprise 63% of the overall budget, with operations coming in at approximately 20%, and you can see capital outlay and transfers from that point forward. The other funds stand as presented as well throughout the budget process. I'll go through those one by one. We have the debt service fund, which again has been adjusted to accommodate the first half of the bond projects, including the 2015 general obligation bond. Again, it equals about 8 cents on the tax rate. The transit fund stands at between $2.5 and $2.7 million over the next 2 years. We have the fleet fund at approximately $4.2 and $4.3 million budgeted for the next 2 years. I will say that we will undergo an internal review of the fleet fund over the next year to ensure that we are doing everything we can to optimize efficiency between the general fund and our fleet operations. Sanitation fund stands at approximately $7.6 million in revenue expense for the next 2 years, which does include an increase in the monthly rates for curbside. If we look at the rate structure, the schedule, you can see that this is the last year that's scheduled for the backyard service at $44.30, whereas curbside includes a 50-cent increase per month to go to $15.75, and then another 25-cent increase each year for the next 3 years. We have the housing fund, which is made up of the CDBG grant as well as the housing home plan, approximately $1.4 million. Stormwater fund is approximately $5.9 million, which also includes a rate increase as per the 5-year plan. If we look at those fee schedules for the next few years, we got a 50-cent increase per month included within the proposed budget and another 50-cent increase per month for the 2018 plan. Health fund stands at approximately $12.8 million to go into $13 million in 2018. And I will say that this will be scrutinized very heavily over the next few months as we move into the fall. We've discussed moving forward with a health clinic, which we are still moving forward with based off our conversations at our previous council meeting. And we will also look at our plan structure, looking at our rates as well as the plans that are being provided. And we will bring back recommendations in the fall to make sure that we are moving closer to the 80-20 split. The facility improvement fund, as we've talked about earlier, approximately $1.6 million in deferred maintenance projects scheduled for the next 2 years. We have the vehicle replacement fund that stands at approximately $5 million for the next 2 years. And based off the replacement schedule, we will be using a significant amount of the fund balance. And we discussed what the true up of that over the next several years would be in the previous budget sessions. But it's something also that we need to look at closely over the next few years with the contributions from the general fund in comparison to the rate and to the replacement schedules that have been proposed. And finally, the capital reserve fund stands at approximately $2,083,000, which includes $1.9 million appropriated for the Dickinson area project. It does not include an estimated $500,000 it would take in order to harden the lot for a potential deck at some point in time, and also includes an appropriation of $122,000 as part of a 2-year $500,000 project for the West Side Park to both fund the purchase of property as well as the development of that park over the next 2 years. And I believe that Ms. Lipscomb, Manager Lipscomb, will move forward with a look ahead for the budget in the coming years.
right, y'all hold on. This is where things get really fun. I hope you think they can see that. This is a forecast of the next 5 years, of things that we've identified that are on the horizon. And if you look at the display, we have expenses first, we have revenues, and we have 2017 and 2018 that are balanced. And so we're looking ahead for FY19 out to FY23. That's a strange number. Don't even think that far out too much. And so we start with the beginning general fund budget expenses. And you see that for FY 2018, if you go to the bottom, we end up at $80 million, $913,134. That number moves forward to 2019, and then we adjust that every year for what we think is a very modest projection of revenues and expenses, and that's 2%. And you'll see the revenue growth at the bottom also matching the 2%. And the only reason the numbers are not the exact same is because we build in some personnel and operational expenses at 2% into this this financial profile. And as we add more employees, or we know of operational costs, then that will increase the expense line slightly. So that's the personnel line and operational expenses. And you go down here and you see the projected revenue growth at 2% annual. And the way this chart is built is that if we add things that will be recurring, then those are built into the operational line as we move forward. So looking at the projects that we have through the years, additional police officers in terms of a grant pool that we would establish for a total of 6 positions, FY19 and FY20. 4 years out. We have the 2015 GO bond debt service. We are already taking down part of that debt, and so we have debt service on the remaining portion of it coming into play in FY19. We know from the MPO that we're going to have a traffic signal upgrade. The city's share of this project is about $1 million. It's about a $10 million project. We don't know exactly when it's going to occur. We believe we'll find out more about that by January. But we basically put in sort of the $1 million as a placeholder in this this time frame, because at some point we're going to have our share. And you'll see a number of items where you don't see any numbers. Well, when we started this out, we had good intentions of putting lots more goodies in the pro forma, but if you notice, we're not balanced in the future, so we took a lot of those items out. So we did not put any additional money in the street resurfacing, street lighting, the town common, the Tar River legacy, but we did do this because you as a council had said that you would like to do a bond issue about every 4 years. Then the next opportunity then from 2015, if you decided to wait the 4 years, would be 2019. And so under 2020, you see $600,000 flowing in for a $12 million bond issue in 2020, and that's 2/3 up front, and the remainder in 2022. If that bond issue were to include a fire station, then we would need an additional 9 firefighters. So we built in the firefighter costs in 2021 after the station would be built, and then those expenses would continue to flow into 2022 and 2023. We also have some NCDOT projects that we coordinate with. And as you all know, when NCDOT does its projects, its street projects, they don't build sidewalks. And so we put in funding for the 14th Street project for sidewalks out in 2023, the fire tower sidewalk from in North Carolina 43 to 14th Street, and from fire tower to Portertown. And those two projects would occur, those funds would be due around FY22. And we eliminated any additional park improvements and pedestrian safety improvements. And so you see the totals for each year cumulative, and you see our revenue stream, and then you see that we have some challenges ahead, and that's what makes the job for us fun, because our job is to try to figure out how to meet your needs and how to grow the city so that we can have the amenities that we like and fund them. And so this is just a lookout. It's nothing to bother you or scare you, but to just give you a perspective on kind of where we are and where we might be going.
I have a question.
Yes.
So this projection for 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, no increased allocation or forecast for street lighting?
No.
No allocation for street resurfacing?
No. That's based on the budget that we have. Now, one thing that could change this too, and that is in fiscal year 2020, we will have another revaluation period. And if properties are growing and if our economic development efforts are working, we might be able to have more revenue that would come forward at that point. But I did not build this into this pro forma. But there are things out there that I'm not sure that you're aware of, the traffic signal upgrades, when the NCDOT projects are going to hit, and so we need to start focusing on that and start looking ahead a little bit.
And this all assumes steady growth of 2% over the next 8 years.
And that's for personnel as well as operations.
In your experience, is it prudent to expect steady 2% growth over the next 8 years?
Well, it's over the next 5 years. I mean, we're pretty much balanced for 17 or 18, but I think that we would be extremely challenged.
Okay.
And that's the challenge, and that's the opportunity. Every year we balance the budget, and we look to find new resources, and we're working on resources right now with our congressional liaisons and others.
Questions? DJ?
I got a question. Between fiscal year 2017 and 2018, you are projecting the general fund budget expenses to increase 1.5%. I guess why are you going ahead and increasing those to 3% projection of increases for the fund, general fund budget expense? That's a rather large jump for the next 3 fiscal year cycles, as opposed to what you're showing for the 2017 to 2018. And I think that could probably misconstrue the actual numbers that we might see in the future.
Well, what happens is that if you notice, we start adding more employees as we go through, and so that then starts to add and accelerate in the pro forma.
Are you talking about the ones that are below the very top line?
The ones that are
because
below.
that's not included. I'm talking about the top line.
The top line, my understanding is a 2% increase.
It's a 3%. I just calculated it.
It should be a 2% increase
Yeah.
across the top.
Yeah.
For example, like the fiscal year 19, 1,664 should be a 2% increase of the 1,632.
Equals this number.
And it just compounds itself. The 1,664 is a 2% increase over the 1,632.
Why are we projecting such a high increase? I mean, I've been preaching this about expenses being out of control, but I mean, why would we double the increase?
Well, I think if you look at this objectively, and I reckon in a way it's trying to say exactly that, in that if you look at this, just a regular 2% increase in the operating cost, that's all our revenue will cover. If our operational revenues just increase 2%, and our expenses, operational expenses, inflationary expenses, benefits, salaries, the cost of doing business increased 2%, then it really leaves no other room for any additional projects.
And this is something I've been preaching for months and months and months about. If you're gaining if you're having a 2% revenue growth, why are you increasing your expenses by 3%? You've got a serious problem.
And Barbara, if you could go back for 2019, 2020, and 2021, we're talking about the lights.
This is traffic signals.
The traffic signals.
This is synchronization of the traffic signals.
So how many traffic signals do we as a city actually operate?
This would be our share on our city streets. It's
Which-
like a 12 to 14 million dollar project.
Right, but I'm just saying how many.
I wouldn't know the exact numbers. Do you know the numbers?
This is for all 130 traffic signals in the city. We own 30.
We own 30 out of 130?
And we maintain all 130.
And we maintain all 130. So the state does none?
They pay us for maintaining that, about $175,000 a year.
So they pay you $175 per year. Does that cover the proper amount to maintain each one?
It has. We're negotiating the contract with them this year.
So why would the numbers be so high for 19, 20, 21?
So it's an $8 million replacement of the fiber, of the hardware. So everything that essentially comprises the traffic signal. Each traffic signal's is 150,000 at each intersection, plus all the fiber that then connects it. So it's a pretty massive overhaul of the of our traffic signal system.
So we have to do all of the fiber, although they maintain the lights themselves, the traffic signals themselves.
We maintain the signals and we maintain the fiber. We maintain the entire system.
Right, but they pay us,
That's
you
right.
just said.
That's right.
But they don't pay for that portion that we're having to do, which is why this amount is so high?
So it's an 80-10-10. So so we're on the hook for about $1 million, state $1 million, and feds $8 million, if I have that correctly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smiley?
Just going back to one question earlier, if I understand the way the chart works, the top line includes basically all the existing expenses, right? So the fact that, and the mayor probably understood this, I just got it, but if the fact that the street surfacing line doesn't have anything on it, that just means that whatever is currently in the budget would stay there, which is, I understand it, $1 million a year at the moment. And so there's no, this chart doesn't propose any growth in that.
Right.
Okay.
And when we first started out, we thought we would be able to propose growth. And so then when we got to the MPO projects, it sort of turned us around a little bit too.
Yes, Ms. Glover.
I want to ask Kevin a question. Where'd he go?
Kevin's coming. Mr. Mulligan.
Welcome back.
Kevin, so how many with a $1 million, is that what you say we have for resurfacing?
Roads maintenance.
For road maintenance? How much would that cover as far as road maintenance is concerned? Because I understand it's expensive to do road maintenance and everything, so how much would that pay for? How much would $1 million, how much would we get out of $1 million for it?
So about 8 to 12 lane miles. So it's roughly about 100,000 a lane mile in that. So if we're milling 2 inches and then we're putting 2 inches of asphalt and then we're putting 2 inches of asphalt back, a lane mile is $100,000. So for a 4-lane road, a mile of road would be $400,000.
And we have no money in the budget for street resurfacing except that million, whatever you guys decide what needs to be done, or for the street lightings. Am I looking at the right thing?
Mm-hmm.
And for the street lighting. So, so what'll happen is we'll have maybe say, one full street gets taken care of, or a couple of streets?
Well, we have the bond projects.
So we do have the bond projects, so we're taking care of all of Arlington, parts of Hooker, Fifth Street. So there's a number of streets that we're taking care of. You know, the major focus is on Arlington and some of our other major roads.
Now, when we voted on the bond, it didn't assume that all of it was going to go to Arlington and all the other places, because there's some places after you get up to Greenville Boulevard from Arlington, say from Howard, that part doesn't really need to be done because it looks like it's been resurfaced already. And I also see that you have Red Banks Road and another road, which I think that those roads could handle a little more traffic. I'm not a traffic engineer, but I can tell if I'm riding on a bumpy road or not. So it concerns me that we don't have any monies for street lighting and resurfacing in these communities. If you went around and just resurfaced all the potholes, that would probably cost you $1 million. And there's no money, no other money. So that's what happens to our neighborhoods that have streets that need to be resurfaced. And we're getting bond money, but these people voted on the bond, and I encourage my constituents to vote for the bond, because I'm thinking that we're going to get some streets taken care of that are really, really bad. You know, several of them that have water problems, and water problem, as long as it goes on, you're going to continue to have the problem that you have. So I'm not satisfied with this, and I think we need to look at this budget wise again. We need to look at this. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize for not being here because I had an accident, and but I can't see how we can just sit here and say no street lights and no resurfacing.
Well,
listen,
maybe I can help you out, because if I move forward with the presentation, there may be some.
Let me. I just want to, because we're hitting little pieces of that. Kevin, we talked about it before, but for the public, let's capsulize the parking situation, if we will. Again, there's 700 lane miles, correct, that we maintain.
Sure.
And the standard where we should be in terms of road resurfacing is 20 to 25 year cycle, correct?
Right. At 100,000 per lane mile, that equals about $2.5 million a year.
But for the past several decades, we've been kicking the can on the roads. So our actual true total cost to keep up on regular maintenance is about $2 million, correct?
$2.5 million each.
$2.5 million per year.
Per year.
Just to keep up regular maintenance. And we've had multiple years where we only spent $400,000.
That's right.
And that has caused, year after year, a crumbling of our road system, which has cascaded. And that was your issue of bringing the emergency to us, I guess, and why we needed the bond, because we had, 100 lane miles that had gotten so bad.
We do, of which, Arlington's about $5 million of that $10 million.
So again, much like keeping your car in maintenance and keeping oil changes, if you don't keep the oil change, you blow your engine up. What happens if we start falling back into not properly taking care of our infrastructure again? What happens? Do we end up in another bond situation in a few years?
Sure. If we can get to the roads early, we can resurface them easily. If we get them when we have to rebuild them, it's a lot more expensive.
Okay. So currently, for the budget that we voted on right now, thus far, it does not reach, we're $1.5 million actually short of staying up with regular road maintenance. And that continues in every one of these years, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, based off the revenue that we have to work with. Correct?
That's right.
All right.
Mayor, he's asking a question.
Mr. Collins.
I just do want to point out that the budgets that we're going over right now are 2017 and 2018 that we've been going over. In 2019 through 23, our staff's projections And the people that are the ones that actually make the final decision for this budget are the city council. So, I mean, I just want I want everybody to understand that, you know, we can allocate whatever funds we want to in the budget. If we decide that after this bond structure is done, that we put $10 million of taxpayers' funds towards roads, that we have the opportunity, and you have it built in there in 2020, that we'll come back and do another $12 million bond. You know, so that's a potential. So to say, you know, to go out there and say we're not going to do any streets for the next, you know, 2, 4, 5 years after these proposed budgets, that's incorrect. I mean, that's a complete misnomer. This is a puff piece, is what it is. I mean, it's just
do the rest of the.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just. People need to understand that, though. I mean, we're giving a lot of information out here right now that this is what the projected budget's going to be for the next 5 fiscal years beyond what we're going after.
But this is based off this year's drivers, correct?
Yes.
So this is based off of something that is concrete,
This is based
which
off
is this
of-
year's drivers, correct?
Right.
And so we would be looking at doing a bond again on a reoccurring cost, if that's what's being suggested here. I don't think that's correct.
That's what's built into the projection right there.
So, just moving forward, there are some projects that you've talked about that you could potentially fund with fund balance. Some of them, the Dickinson project, the parking project, surface hardening. One of the things that has come to light as we have moved forward with our federal legislative lobbyists and talking to both the congressional offices is that in order to move the 264 designation as an interstate, we need to do an economic study and cost analysis, and they're telling us that that may potentially be about $100,000. That's a cost that we would look to share with the county, and so we are going to be having discussions with the county on that piece. Again, the purchase of the Imperial site, $4 million, and Greenville Terrace Park expansion, that's a grant match, and you'll hear about that on our next council meeting. I just wanted to bring these forward, though, just as an idea of some of the things that you may want to consider. There's certainly more than $2 million in fund balance, and usually we make this decision at the close of the budget, at the close of the audit, but you can make decisions at any time on using any excess fund balance that you would like to. And to your point about a future GO bond, we did put in somewhere around 2020 funding for a new GO bond. In order to do that bond, though, if we were to do it in 2020, the 4-year schedule, we would be running a campaign somewhere around 2019. And I've just listed, in no specific order, some of the things that you could potentially use for bonding. The Southside Fire Station, Town Common Development, Tar River Legacy Plan Development, a parking garage, maybe with GUC or maybe on the Dickinson parcel or somewhere else. There's 3 Greenway projects that are out there. Town Common to River Park North, West Side, which is approximately $350,000. That's picking up where we're leaving off around Memorial, going to the Veterans Clinic, and East Side Greenway going east toward East Side Park. And we have the planning for that Greenway in the bond. And to your point, Council Member, street, sidewalk, and other pedestrian safety improvements could be in the bond again, as we did before. We've had discussions about an extreme parks, sports park development, doing more with Go Science, and then other community parks, East Side Park, Rivers Edge Park, Southwest Park, and land acquisition in the Thomas Langston area. The South Central area, we got information and a letter from them saying, down in the South Central area, saying that they would like to have some city investment in that area. Paramore Park improvements, and there are a host of park improvements that could be made. And then also...
Quick question on that real quick. We had a bond advisory commission that every council member, I guess previous council appointed multiple members to. Is this based off of the recommendations that bond advisory group put together, or is this something
These
different?
are things that we've heard people talk about, including you and my staff members, et cetera, through the 3 years I've been here. But to get to the bond advisory committee,
Yeah.
they recommended the transportation bond that we had, and then they also recommended a major sports facility. My understanding is that the Convention and Visitors Bureau right now is undertaking a study of that, and there's another group that's looking at a performing arts center.
Okay.
And so those are projects that probably have regional impact and could potentially be funded through a local food and through the food and beverage tax, like some of the other cities.
Do you, or Merrill may have this, do you have the full list of recommendations that they gave based on their study of this process?
I don't have that with us tonight. No.
Okay. Can you have that sent to
Sure.
the council?
Mhm.
Because they also had a recommendation, I think, for future road maintenance.
Correct.
What was that recommendation?
I don't recall the exact amount.
Merrill, do you know what the recommendation was?
Kevin? Do we know? You recall?
I think it was funding street improvements, excuse me, funding street improvements over $1 million or $2 million annually.
Oh, that one was to increase our funding until we got up to $2.5 million on an annual basis. And
Okay.
that was just the recommendation that they had.
Thank you.
Mhm. And so that concludes my report of just trying to take a look ahead at some of the things that are out there, some of the things talked about, not necessarily recommending, but just to give you an idea of what things that, what some of the things are that could be coming towards you.
Can you go
Ms.
back?
Smith?
Can you go back 2 slides, please?
Is that the one?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So that concludes the staff report on, for the FY 17 and 18 budget.
Okay. Mr. Hollick is now the part where we open the public hearing.
Yes, and it's, as you had stated, it's on the, both the city, Shepherd Memorial Library, Pitt Greenville Convention and Visitors Authority, and the Greenville Utilities Commission budgets, and also the, related to the proposed stormwater management utility rate increase.
Right, and I'll restate the parameters for, if you think that's what would be appropriate now for, this is the public hearing for all those items. This is the policy that's been adopted by City Council. The public hearing will be conducted with any person desiring to speak on the matter, either in support of or in opposition, being provided the opportunity to speak this evening. Each individual will be allowed no more than 3 minutes for comments. The public hearing shall not be exceed a total of 30 minutes. I'll ask everyone please to extend that policy, but I'm sure if there are additional speakers, we'll honor that this evening, anyone wishing to speak related to these budget items. With that, we'll move forward to the first speaker, Madam Clerk. We just have them come on and come speak. First speaker related to the budget or any of these items that were discussed, please step forward. I thought we registered.
As usual.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad to be here. My name
Thank
is
you.
Bernard Kane. Barney, I'm known as. And I live here in Greenville. And I live here, and I believe in Greenville, and I believe in investing in Greenville, and the more we invest in Greenville, the more we'll love it. Our tax base increased, so did need for services. Some on the council want to keep a revenue-neutral budget in spite of the fact that needs increased. Some of you are like me. When I first became a Greenville Utilities Commissioner, I was on a mission to cut the budget. I didn't see why they had better light plates on their light switches than I had in my home. I was wanting to cut their expensive trucks. I was dead set on it. I admired myself because I was going to serve the people by cutting their budget. Luckily, by the time I had enough seniority on the GUC to be respected for anything I said, I'd learned that the reason GUC operates the best wastewater treatment plant in this state, supplies us with the finest water in this state, has nationally recognized gas and electric services, given awards continuously, was because of the morale of the individuals working there. And if I had cut everything I wanted to cut, I might have saved dollars. I would have cut morale. We need to invest in our employees. We need to invest in the city. We need to buy the Imperial Tobacco Warehouse site. If you think about it, we spend about $515 million that people in Greenville do on ownership and operation of automobiles. 2 or 3 days of automobile expenses would pay for a 1% raise, to 3%, make the difference between a 2% and 3% raise, and buy the tobacco warehouse. We wouldn't even notice it. And if we spent some of that money making sure we had more efficient streets and cut the costs that we spend, particularly on motor fuels, we could easily afford to invest in a rich, vibrant city. So I'm in favor of that. When we spend $1.4 million, we spend $400,000 a day just on motor vehicles. That's money that leaves Greenville. Everybody's always worried about shopping in Raleigh. The $400,000 we spend on motor vehicle fuel is exactly the amount to make the difference just in one day between a 2% raise increase and a 3% raise increase. So invest in to call that a merit increase is almost a slap in the face, 2%. I've never met a city employee that didn't treat me with respect and served me grandly. And I believe in us paying the price of good city that's vibrant and grows. Thank you so much.
Sir, thank you. Additional speakers?
Good evening. My name is Nancy Carville, and I wanted to be sure that I understood the budget this year, so I took time to go to all of the workshops so I know who asked what questions and the answers that they received. I want the public to know that this city council has inherited a hell of a mess because there has been poor decisions made by other previous councils. And we have 2 new council members here because they were elected by the people of this city because they were not happy with what we had before. And I appreciate everything that you are doing, and I am supporting what you are decided to do. Now, let me tell you what we really need before anything else. We need the police, the emergency service, the light, the sidewalks, the main repair what is broken. All of that has been delayed in the last few years because of smoke and mirrors that have failed. And we continue to say to the public, to me, a regular person with no interest whatsoever in big buildings and this and that, oh, this is going to make it. This is what we need to bring the people here. It's not going to be. And economic development is a great thing, and I thank the mayor because he started it, but it's not the first thing, okay? We need all these other things for the average citizen in this city. And I'm thinking that everybody wants amenities, and we have amenities and more buildings. I am not in favor of purchasing that tobacco warehouse. I'm not. I mean, it's a good thing, and somebody in the private sector might go for it, if it's that great. And I believe that we can do better. I have been here 50 years. Greenville has continued to grow. We are making progress. But let's face it, we're not going to be Raleigh. We're not going to be Wilmington. We don't have a beach. And we cannot continue to let the average person's taxes go up so a few people can benefit. And I'm also referring to the employees. The city has good pay, good benefits, and a steady job. And to me, if you're not happy with what you have, leave. Go somewhere else that pays better, gives better benefits, and I promise you there'll be 100 applications the minute that job is posted for people that need a job. And there might be better employees. So I think that 2% is adequate. I haven't had a raise in years. I live on Medicare, but guess what? My budget is what it is, and I would like to have a lot of things, but I cannot afford them.
Thank you, Ms. Cogle. Thank you. Additional speakers, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Greg Rubel. I want to thank you all for the work you do. I particularly think that with the budget, that revenue neutral is not going to cut it. We can continue to have the debt service that we see up on the board grow and grow, or we can do the prudent thing and try to pay as we go. Now, I know that there's some division on council this evening and previous discussions about revenue neutral versus the higher tax rate. In essence, if you lower the tax rate, I think it is down to 52.1 if I'm correct, split it in the middle, I think it's a win for everybody. We get a little bit more money to work with, and we don't have to just have revenue neutral, and everybody can win on that situation. One other thing, the police department, for years, I don't think it's been supported sufficiently. We all know there's been a number of new issues with texting and traffic accidents, and hopefully we'll get the red light cameras, but maybe that doesn't come through. The point of the matter is what we need is for the police department to be well funded in order to do their job, hand out tickets as necessary, which, by the way, brings money in for the city. As we grow and move forward, that we have a safe community. I know there's a lot of other issues with the streets and other things, but that's one that I would like to advocate for. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Additional speakers?
Mr. Mayor and the body, my understanding that
Mr. Ben Johnson, by the way.
Ben Johnson, most of the employees here make in excess of $15,000 a year, and I'll be glad to hear that. I'm not familiar with all your tax bases and all that, but I know it's hard to live when you cannot pay your bills, you don't have enough income. And as I talk to many of the people that work at the stores, at Family Dollars, and all those other places that make $7.25 an hour, most of them got to have 2 jobs. And that means if you got 2 jobs, there's no transportation to move you from point A to point B in transportation-wise. That means you got to buy a car. Car means payments. Car means insurance. Car means taxes. Car means gas. So you got to pay people money. So I don't know what it costs for the budget. I'm not familiar with the budget. I'm too old to even think about it. Now, at 80 years old, a lot of things I don't even think about anymore. But the fact of it is, I know we need money to move the city. Now, the one thing that's bothering me also, over on Montfort Road, I believe, we got a lot of pastors complaining about the lighting systems. It's dark over there. The light bulbs are like you have bulbs in your hallway. They come out of church. It's dangerous over there at night moving out of the churches to their cars. You need to put lights over there. Now, I noticed on the board, I can't see that well, but I saw that you did not have any funding for lights. I don't know if that's for the future or what you have already in the budget. But there was no addition for lights. And I know they've been complaining for over 2 years to me about lighting over there, and that really need to have something taken care of. Thirdly, the third thing I still have a gripe with, and I've been dealing with this since with Mayor Dunn. Albemarle Avenue, the Imperial Warehouse. I know you say you signed to buy it. And to buy something, I can remember the days, my dad, if he were living today, he would be 115 years old. I'm 80. Now, I can remember shaking hands with people. We did not sign any papers when we shake hands. We just shake hands, we agreed that's what we were going to do. Now, my second point to that is, if we get the warehouse, if we get the property, are we going to restore it with things that had been there before for the neighborhood, like stores, beautician shops, beauty shops, that thing that's in the neighborhood? It's a big neighborhood, a lot of people in that neighborhood, and they need things that they're accustomed to. They have to go all the way over to some other area to get their hair done, get to the barber shops, all these things. So my question would be, and the fact that you said you signed for it, then you need to deal with it. But the fact of it is, if you're going to buy it, then you need to put something in there that people can use. If you don't, I'm against it. I'm against it. So you need to put things over that people can use. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers? Public comment period.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Beeson, and I'm here this evening in my role as president of the student body at ECU. I'd just like to speak in favor of the revenue-neutral budget. I believe that such a budget, in allowing a reduction in property taxes to the citizens of Greenville, would be a huge step forward in job creation and growth, which means more jobs for our community as well as our graduating students out of East Carolina University. Our students, many of them would like to call Greenville their home beyond their traditional undergraduate experience at ECU, but unfortunately we see them so many times being picked off by cities like Raleigh and Charlotte, which have better job opportunities. I think the reduction in a property tax would mean more money in the hands of our private citizens, more money going toward private enterprise and job growth. So with that, I'll conclude and just urge support of a revenue-neutral budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers on these items? You can please proceed.
My name is Margaret Rashesky, and I am the president of the Neighborhood Association at West Point. And I just wanted to say that I've been working very closely with the police department since 2013. I'm very happy with the work that they do, and the plans that they have for our area at West Point. And I just I'm here to support any budget that would help them do their jobs without burnout, without too much stress, and to keep retention. I think I heard in one of the meetings that 2.2 officers per 1,000 people would be a reasonable projection, budget-wise. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers?
Mayor Thomas and Mayor Pro Tem Smith, members of the council, I'm Tom Taft, a citizen of Greenville, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and express my opinion about these important matters that you're dealing with in a very serious way. And I applaud you for having new ideas and new thoughts and new members who ask questions and stir us up and cause us to wonder, are we on the right track? How do we defend the track that we're on? And that's a good trend, and I encourage it. I want to come, though, today and say that we're fortunate in North Carolina, in Greenville, and in this country to be in an increasingly bright economic setting. Not there yet, but we're on the way. Wages, articles in the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times this past week, wages are increasing around the country for ordinary people, and obviously the very wealthy are doing extremely well. Tax revenues are up. The U.S. government's tax revenues are up significantly over the past 4 years. The same in North Carolina. These are times when you have an opportunity to get ahead. You need to get ahead. When times are tough, when you have to be austere, they're the times to cut. And I would like to implore you and plead with you to consider a budget approach that maintains a positive fund balance, that might reduce the tax rate a small bit. I heard 50 to 52.1 by one of our citizens. That makes sense to me. Nothing deeper than that. And maybe raise a little bit of revenue has been suggested to increase or to create a fee for license tags of $10 a tag and dedicate that money to road maintenance in Greenville. The thing that appeals to me about that is as we have new citizens that come here with automobiles that are using those roads, it's an opportunity for us to have a bit of additional revenue to pay for the additional damage that those cars do to our roads. So I would beg you to consider a revenue approach that reduces our tax rate only slightly, that looks for a new source of minimal revenue, and that maintains a positive fund balance that lets us do things that Greenville needs to have done. The Imperial Tobacco site, I particularly feel strongly about that. It's an opportunity for the city to acquire that and to ensure that it can be used for things that are to the benefit of all of our citizens. And then later, if there's a reason that we can't use it, we can sell it. It'd probably be worth more than it is now. But I think it makes good sense. The lights, some of the neighborhoods, especially in District 2, lights and cameras to make our neighborhoods a bit safer. Funding for the West Point Park, funding for the East Side Park, and the Tar River Legacy Plan is dear to my heart, and that's something that legacy is really important. That's something that we can do for Greenville that will promote economic development and the quality of life greater than anything that I can think of. Full funding for our 10 police officers, full funding for our street maintenance in the 2-year budget, but most importantly, and just beg an extra minute or two, our city employees are the people that come out in the middle of the night in a storm when a tree falls in the neighborhood. They clean out our sewers. They work hard. They come into our houses when they're on fire, not knowing what to expect. And I believe that we ought not to try to balance our budget on their backs. They're not expendable. And I believe that we should fund 100% of the cost of living in year one. And I implore you to consider that. And thank you for your consideration.
Additional speakers?
Good evening, Council. Mr. Mayor, my name is Jermaine McNair. Several of you probably know me. I'll probably be very brief. I'm looking over things and I'm trying to play catch up as many of my community friends and partners. We've spoken about, the budget, and I want to say thank you to you guys for taking the time to slow down with this. I know that we cannot be bound by the decisions of our past council members, but also with that, as a group, as one committee, as one city, we can't show stutter steps either. So we have to figure out how we are going to display ourselves as a sound decision-making city moving forward. I say that because from what I understand, businesses, among many other things, businesses invest in growth. So we have to account for growth with the way that we prepare our budget. And secondly, the few items that I see somewhat removed or not accounted for with, of course, the West Greenville area, the Albemarle area. That project would mean so much to spurring development. We know there's been years we've all tried to get people to come there and put their efforts and energy and money into that area, but when the city shows that they're willing to step up and put something into an area, that shows that the city is committed to an area and other people are willing to commit also. Of course, we all know the lights and the streets. Those are important. I remember when the streets used to not be so bad, and it's gotten bad over a very, seems like a quick period of time. So I would just suggest that we take into consideration those things, and whatever decisions we make, try not to make it show us so inconsistent as we break away from old decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McNair. Additional speakers, public comment period like come forward this time.
Hey, my name is Michael Overton. Rose, good to see you back. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to you guys. I'm here to kind of speak in favor of the revenue neutral. You know, I don't believe that you can cut yourself to prosperity, which kind of goes against, I guess, the thought of revenue neutral, but I also believe that there is efficiencies to be found within where we are now. Unless the records are wrong, the records I received about, if you look at a commercial property versus a residential property, and I am in commercial broker's business, about 60% of the commercial properties on the latest valuations had increases in their tax values. And if we were a city that is truly focused on economic development, that goes against what we want to do when you're costing the commercial property owners in the city that much more. So I do applaud you. We actually had a family property had a 50% increase in value. And that's significant. It's a big hit. We're not going to be able to get that back in rental rates, but that's obviously something we'll deal with. But I do appreciate the support of that and encourage you to continue to support revenue neutral. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers come forward at this time.
I'm Don Cavallini. Good evening, council and residents and staff. First and foremost, I want to welcome back my council member, Rose Glover. Not all goes well with the world now that you're back, but a good part comes back. I'm pleasantly surprised by others who agree with me that revenue neutral is not so sacrosanct. I would suggest another term, injury neutral or harm neutral. After all, if a physician can take an oath that says do no harm, why can't the city? Why can't they do pretty much the same for residents and workers? I acknowledge that the people who talk openly about revenue neutral and worried so much about taxes, that they have the best interests of the city at heart, that they, I honor them for showing an interest and coming to the meetings and holding our elected officials accountable. But we're not staying competitive in the marketplace when you, one, reduce what first proposed as a 3% merit increase and is now apparently 1.5% merit with something that's called a 0.5 market rate. I'm interpreting that to mean an across-the-board increase for city employees. That's not competitive. And at a previous city council meeting, I indicated, and I spoke for city workers who accompanied me to that meeting, as well as those who I'd met at the workplace. And you can smile all you want, but the truth be told, sir, you don't know what it means to work with your hands and do that day in and day out and take a risk to your health and safety. So smile, you can do that. And the next election day, we'll see whether you're smiling. I want to say also that across the board 0.5% doesn't even come close to accomplishing the purpose if a supervisor decides that a worker doesn't deserve 1.5% merit. A 3% across the board increase is what's required if we want, one, newly graduated ECU students to stay in Greenville. It's two, to offset whatever increase in health insurance premiums there might be. And I remind the council members, at least two of you who were not on the council, when they got a raise in 2012, that's when it became effective, saw it in the paychecks of 1.5%. Most of that was eroded by an increase in their health insurance premiums. So keep those things in mind when you don't give the city workers their due deserve of 3% across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers and public comment?
My name is Missy Hill. I'm a citizen here in Greenville. Whether we end up with a revenue neutral or fully funded budget, I don't know. I don't know what's going to come out of this meeting. But I do know this. A lot of the people that received the tax increase in 2013 said it was so insignificant that they didn't even know when we talked to them about having a tax increase, okay? And they said that if losing what they didn't know they had mean that we would get streets and roads resurfaced and repairs and lights in the communities of West Greenville and the city of Greenville as a whole, is what it took to get that, they would be fine with it. So I say consider what all the citizens want. I don't know what y'all are going to decide here in the end, okay? But I do know that there is always an overwhelming reality for the people of West Greenville, which is that whenever it's time to start talking about tax cuts and stuff, it's usually when it's the items that we were told and promised over and over, just wait, you're going to get those items. Okay, they've been waiting for a long time, and they're tired of waiting.
Thank you. Additional speakers in public hearing on this item? They come forward this time. Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Mr. Smiley?
I have a suggestion to make. I have visual aids. So I'll pass these out, and I've got a couple. Would you give maybe one to a couple to those people as well? While these are being passed out, I'll avoid describing it too much because I don't want to go through it twice. What I've attempted to do, it's been a data-intensive week. Okay, we've gotten multiple scenarios from staff. We've gotten a lot of feedback from the public, and a lot of people have called me. There's been a lot of discussion back and forth among members of council. And so in order to give us something to talk about, I have prepared this here, which I will offer as a motion, if only to give us a place to start. So I don't know how to necessarily cast this as a motion, except that I move I'd like to move we adjust the budget as described here. I can either discuss the purpose of it now, or I can wait for a second before doing that.
There's a motion being made. Is there a second to discuss the information that's being brought forward?
Yeah.
Is there a motion?
I'm happy to continue.
Mr. Hollett?
Yeah, I don't see a need for a motion for discussing.
Okay. Bring it
Well, the point of this is to, if we'll start at the top.
And if I may, Mayor, just real quickly, is what you are doing at this time would be potentially providing direction to the city manager to bring something back. As far as anything final would be at after when 16th. It's scheduled for the 16th. It would be consideration. So this
nothing
is
about tonight is final. It's always about the 16th.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
And if maybe staff would tend the paper and let it zoom in a little bit. I know that it's tough to read complex documents at home, so if we could zoom in a little bit, maybe you can move it up and down as we move through it. Starting at the top, on page 157 of the agenda, you have the existing revenues of the city. Drawing on some of the ideas we've heard here, if you were to change the tax rate to 0.521, which would essentially be revenue neutral plus the amount of the bond interest. One of the things that got mentioned was that the bond interest for the transportation bond, which was just passed by the citizens last November, amounts to about $498,000. So that bond interest would be 0.08%. So that would propose a revenue neutral plus 0.08 or a 0.521 tax rate, which, as a couple people mentioned, is about halfway between the level tax rate and the revenue neutral rate which has been proposed. It also proposes that we pick up the vehicle fees alternate option, which the General Assembly has made available to municipalities. Essentially, that would allow license tags to carry a $10 fee, and that fee would be dedicated to roads, I think by statute. We can come back to that if that's not true. That gives us a revenue number of, in year one of the number there, you see 81.7, 81.8 million, which I propose that we adjust the expense side of the budget as follows. The current expenses in the budget as that's in the agenda, which is on page 160, is in year one $80,780,000. That includes, though, a 3% vacancy rate on our payroll. Basically, if you assume that every single employee shows up for work every single day and no one leaves and there's no delay in hiring anybody, then that's no vacancy rate. If you assume that over the course of the year there are some positions that take a little while to hire or somebody takes unpaid leave, then you end up it doesn't cost you 100% of your nominal payroll. Over the past few years, the city's vacancy rate has been 5 or 6%. The current budget proposes a 3% vacancy rate, and I'm proposing we at least try to be a little more accurate with that and propose a 4% vacancy rate. That would free up $400,000 worth of revenue that is currently being tagged as going to payroll, which isn't going to go to payroll. It hasn't over the last 2 or 3 years. That money doesn't go to, we end up not paying it out. It ends up falling back into the reserve balance. So I'm proposing we reallocate that to a more useful purpose. Principally streets, which you can see in the next item down. You can see the $494,500, which comes from the vehicle fees up a couple rows up, plus an additional allocation from the general fund of $205,000 would mean an additional $700,000 going to streets on top of the $1 million currently in the budget. Street lights and cameras was one of the things that have been mentioned multiple times, $150,000. A COPS grant matching fund, which would provide, I think it's 2 to 4 police officers in year 1 and perhaps more than that in year 2. An allocation to East Side Park, which has been mentioned several times by members of council. An allocation of $150,000 to the Tar River Legacy Plan. Again, another priority that's brought up. The revenues here don't add up. The expenses don't add up to all the revenues. So you end up with $123,000 that actually just reduces the amount of money we would draw from fund balance. The manager's budget, which is in the agenda, proposes about $150,000 charge to fund balance this year. This would remove part of that. If you would move that up a little bit, please, Mike. I'm sorry to be going on so long. It's just a complicated proposal.
First time I've seen it.
The street improvement plan this is a major feature of this. On the agenda budget on page 162, it basically proposes we'll spend $1 million a year going forward on our street maintenance. One of the major initiatives that we have gotten over and over and over again in the last few years is that we desperately need to increase that. The bond committee recommended that we move that up to $2.5 million. This proposal takes advantage of the vehicle fees and additional revenues coming into the general fund to put $1.7 million into the street improvement plan in year 1 and $2 million in year 2. The bottom section there, if you can see, there was an additional budget scenarios email that was sent to council on the 2nd of June, which is where I've drawn a lot of these numbers. And so basically I've just put that chart in there to show that comparison 3 is essentially what we're talking about here, the adjustment of the tax rate to 52.1 and the capture of the vehicle tax of $10 per car, giving $993,000 of additional revenue. So that's the summary. It's an attempt to capture some of the conversation and feedback I've been getting, and I offered as a motion to council for its consideration. Thank you for your patience.
Motion's being put forward for the final direction for consideration of the budget. As we move forward, is there a second in the motion?
Second.
Second, Mr. Mercer. Are open for discussion and debate on this item.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
I mean, so staff would be given an opportunity to vet, these numbers. Okay, because
I think as Mr. Hollick. Well, I think as Mr. Hollick is.
Yes, so this is a shocker for us too.
Well, I think it's a shocker for anybody who deals with budgets. Processes happen. As Mr. Hollick said, our city attorney, there is no final decisions related to budget tonight. This is about taking input, making adjustments if those are considered by council, just as many councils do and have done every year. And there will be no final decision until, if I'm on point here, Mr. Hollick, on the 16th.
Yeah, you're scheduled to consider your adoption of your budget on June 16th.
All right. So there is a motion on the floor and now a second on this item. So anyone wishes to discuss on it, may speak on it this time. Ms. Glover.
I think it's a good discussion to have. because, I'm concerned about street lights and cameras, and I have probably 6 or 7 of the most high crime areas in the city, and I'm having people call me every day. They have to get out on the floor and crawl around in the house because they're shooting and carrying on. And so cameras and lights, there's a pro and con. Some says it doesn't work, some says it does work. But I can tell you the lights that they put up on Vance Street and the police coming through with their blue lights on, it really worked. It have calmed that area down. So that tells me that if we were able to do that in other areas of our community, then we would see a big difference in what's going on. Because, if you don't have street lights and cameras anywhere in your high crime area, you'll never catch the person that's committing all the crime. And normally it's maybe 1 or 2 people or 3 or 4 people. But, I just have really, really been upset that when I pass through our communities, how dark it is. We have no cameras, no lights, no anything. And we have put so much money in uptown Greenville trying to make other areas look good, but if you never put any money into the poor, impoverished area where the unemployment is 8 times that of the national average. And I know that some people are probably saying, well, they don't want to work. I have people calling me and coming to me every single day almost looking for a job in the city. And if they can't find a job in the city, they leave. And I don't understand why people can't find jobs. The city doesn't have to employ them. What we have to do is to do private business partnerships, and so they can create those things. They can create in our community the lights that we need, the Imperial Tobacco Warehouse. When they said when we first started talking about that, I thought that was absolutely a great thing, because it used to be a vibrant, alive community. There was a hotel there. There was a movie theater there. There were restaurants there. Barbershops and different businesses were on that corridor. But what we've done is, for the lack of not really putting any money in that community and in that area, what we've done is it has isolated that area so that people won't come back and they won't purchase. Because when we first started talking about the redevelopment, that Imperial Warehouse was one of the same things, one of those things that everybody started talking about. So, our parks in our communities, they don't have adequate lighting. They don't have adequate equipment. So, wait, as I've sat here many years on the other councilors are saying, wait. Dr. Martin Luther King says, wait in the eyes of the oppressor means never. So I've seen the never happen, and I've seen good things happen. But you just cannot just keep building around a community and try to fence yourself off, because you'll never be fenced off. The people will always be there. And believe it or not, we have had some good successes in West Greenville with the State Imports Credit Union is putting $55 million into the 3rd Street area. And we have done, the city itself has done a lot of homes and all of that to make it more attractive in the community. But if you keep cutting back, now, my tax went up, but, not enough that I won't be able to buy a Pepsi whenever I wanted one. Number one, my property is not going to evaluate that high anyway. which makes it good to me because to me it's worth $1 million. To somebody else it might be worth 50 cents. But my husband and I build it together and we taking care of it together. So that's where my concerns are. If we cut too deep in good times, then when bad times come, our budget is just like a tornado or a hurricane. The back of it is worse. And that's the way it's looking in our budget. It's twirling around, but the back of it hadn't got to us, but eventually it will. And we're going to be scuffing and trying to find money. And people keep asking me, why is Greenville broke? Why Greenville broke? Why is our city broke? And I hate that has been put out there for our and it scares our community when they hear that our city is broke and we don't have any money to do this, we don't have money to do this, we don't have money to do that. There's always a way to do anything. Because if you're on a road and you know where you're going, you're going to get there faster. But if you're on the road and you don't know where you're going, you may not ever get there.
Thank you. Additional speakers in first round. Mr. Conley?
Okay, I was going to present this during the consent agenda. Item number 10 on our agenda has to do with the financial policy guideline. And it's important that you read through the entire budget or the entire notes that we're given. And I want everybody to pay special attention to paragraph 7 under the budget development. Since everybody doesn't have it, I'll read it to you. The city shall endeavor to reduce its reliance on property tax revenues by revenue diversification, implementation of user fees, and economic development. The city shall also strive to minimize the property tax burden on Greenville residents. And I just want to make a note that this is the document that we're going to send off to the agencies that are going to rate us for bond rating when we send out for the GO bond that we just passed. I think people need to read this document before you go ahead and make a decision. It'd be very interesting for us to go ahead and raise taxes on the citizens of Greenville and then to send off the document saying that we're going to try to lower the burden as much as we possibly can. I think you're talking out of both sides of your mouth when you do something like that. And another thing, this isn't an even tax across the board. People need to understand that. There are people in our community that are going to see a 50% increase, like one of the speakers had said. There's going to be people that are going to have a 25% increase in taxes. There's going to be some people that are going to have a negative impact on it, or a positive impact where their property taxes are going to go down. But the problem is, it's not an even tax. Not everybody's going to pay an extra cent based off the value of their property. You're going to have a bunch of people here in town that are going to be paying more money for their taxes because of some revaluation. And who came up with this revaluation? That's the $1 million question. How come there's people in one section of in my district that are experiencing between a 12 and a 25% increase in taxes? Some of them are going to pay $1,000 more to the city. And are they going to get $1,000 more of services? I doubt it. And 60% of commercial properties here in town are going to see an increase in taxes this year. That's crazy. If you want to sit up here and say that you're pro-business, you want to grow our city and bring jobs to the area, you're not going to raise taxes. And what do you think about adding to the motor vehicle tax? The motor vehicle tax is going to affect everybody in our community except for students, because students don't have their vehicles registered in our city. So none of them are going to pay it. They're the ones that are going up and down, driving up and down our city, and then they leave because they're registered somewhere else and they're not contributing to it. Some of the council members up here have 2, 3, 4 cars. They're going to see $10 per car. Do you think that's fair? Do you think it's fair to the tenants that are sitting in their apartment that have 2 cars, that are struggling to pay rent, or they're struggling to pay for their groceries? If I had $1 for every time somebody came to my office and they showed their income to me and it was $733 of income because they're on Social Security income and they know that they cannot afford any additional increases. They can't afford to have a 50-cent increase on their sanitation. They can't afford to have a 50-cent increase on their stormwater, which every citizen in Greenville pays. So for us to be up here proposing to go up on taxes, that's crazy. You've seen it the last 2 years. It went up 2 cents in 2014 and 1 cent increase in 2015. The people of Greenville have experienced enough taxes. I mean, this is crazy. This is not a fair tax. If you want to go ahead and have a fair tax, Go ahead and pass a revenue neutral budget this year and come back and make a proposition that everybody's going to pay a fair tax across the board. That's the only way to go about a tax increase. This is a backdoor tax increase on the citizens of Greenville.
Mr. Mercer.
Point of information from the attorney. Dave, would be an order and amendment to include the Imperial Warehouse in this motion using excess fund balance later in the year. Is that in order?
That could possibly be, if that's an amendment you want to consider.
It's up to the motion.
So what is your amendment?
I move an amendment to include the Imperial Warehouse purchase in this motion in this budget year using excess fund balance later in the year.
I'll accept that and second it. I don't know. I can't accept it. He seconded it.
So obviously, I guess you second. He supports his motion, and the original motion holder supports it as well.
Right, as long as the original motion accepts it and the second accepts it.
I mean, we can have a debate and vote on it if you want to. I don't care.
Higgs accepts the item.
I just would like to make a comment just on that. If we're going to talk about purchasing the Imperial Tobacco Warehouse out of excess fund balance, we probably should look into a revaluation of that property first and foremost. Two, any excess, after we put it on the market, before we put it on the market, take a look at that. And I'd like to, just specifically, last week, in fact, I was running an errand for my boss, and I stumbled onto a biker who had just been hit by a car at 14th and Charles, right outside of Harris Teeter, right over there in the Eckerd, over in that area of town. We have really seen a major spike in pedestrian deaths, pedestrians being hit by cars, things of that nature. We got to fix this problem. So if we, in fact, are able to sell the Imperial Tobacco Warehouse for more than what we pay for, I thoroughly believe that we should have a sliver of that profit that we make out of that situation going directly towards pedestrian safety, especially in Districts 1 and District 2, because I've had a series of safety summits in District 3 from streetlight improvements, crosswalks, things of that nature, and I have seen a large, we've seen crime go down already. We're already seeing a lot of people pay attention to it. So I would definitely be interested in making sure that we are addressing safety concerns citywide and not only in my district, because I think it's important that we take measures to make this, our city of Greenville, as safe and secure as possible.
Mr. Marsh.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Godley's points about doing the points he made about doing a reappraisal and all that, I assume that my motion does not preclude that, and if staff has recommendations about that as we move into this, they'll make that, and we can certainly consider that. So I have no problem with those suggestions. And with regard to using any profits for pedestrian safety, I think that's a good idea. We can certainly look at that down the road. I'm certainly open to that.
Okay. Mr. Smiley.
I appreciate my colleagues, Councilman Conley's remarks. I do want to make a note that, he said taxes went up a penny last year, and that's actually incorrect. Taxes went down. The tax rate went down a penny last year, and this proposal argues to reduce them even further. So last year they were 54 cents. They were changed to 53. That's the current tax rate. This proposal is to reduce it to 52.1. So I certainly applaud his vigilance, but I don't know that his concerns necessarily apply in this case. So I just wanted to make clear those particular points. Thanks.
Thank you. Additional speakers in first round.
I don't have
on this item. Ms. Smith?
I just have a question, so I'm not doing my speaking yet because
Okay.
I like to reserve that till later.
Question for staff.
But my question is to the attorney, so I can understand this format. Is comparison 1, 2, 3, or 4 is what we're asking staff to consider? Which one? Because there's 4 different ones?
Yeah,
I mean, so I'm just trying to see if we're going to have staff to look at all of it and do all that work again that we've been working on. and I do apologize. So I'm trying to get some clarification to help you out, staff. Are we considering 1, 2, 3, or 4?
The intention of the motion was that the revenue numbers that I used here were from comparison 3. So when staff sent around on June 2nd, all of the different comparisons, I picked the one that had that seemed like it had the most support from the people I talked to, and I used those numbers. So in column 3 or down there, it shows that the increase in the revenue would be 498 grand, and so that's up there. And then the motor vehicle revenue would be 494 grand, and so that's the number I used. So the goal was simply to provide this chart to show where I was pulling those revenue numbers from, which was the note staff sent us on June 2nd. Thank you.
So you're looking at comparison 3 to increase the taxes, because that's what we're doing. So to increase the taxes since everything came down to 51, and so that we can have and charge a $10 extra fee for the license in order to have $993,192, correct?
Yeah, that sounds like you got it right.
Okay, and yeah, the second question is, for the $993,192, you're proposing it to be used as the top portion, or so what in lieu of what? What changes?
Could we put since we're going to discuss it, can we put the figures back up on the overhead?
Yeah, I think if we're going to be discussing it to make a direction, to give direction to staff, we need to make sure that we're very clear on what this states instead of giving staff some direction so they have to come back and ask additional questions for us to have to send additional emails like we've been doing that's not been where it needs to be is clear.
Okay, so Mike, would you please go back, move it up so we can see the comparison chart? So keep going all the way up. There you go. Thank you. Okay, so to try to answer the question, if you feel like I'm not, I'm happy to shut up. The revenues at the top are drawn from comparison number 3. Staff sent us a chart on June 2nd, which had multiple different options which council could adopt. And so when I started listening to what people wanted, and I had to pull revenue numbers from somewhere, and I looked at this 52.1 number and used that to pull those numbers. So the two numbers are 498,692 and 494,500. So Mike, would you now go back to the top? So there's the revenue numbers, 498,692 and 494,500. If you use those to adjust the budget in the agenda, you end up with $81.7 million worth of revenue. The agenda in the budget agenda allocates $80,780,000 of that, and so I have proposed to allocate the difference by using this number here. And so you see that the total revenues are $81,774 and the total expenses are $81,774. So it essentially gives staff back a balanced budget if this is what council chose to do. There's, none of these items are new. Every one of these has been bounced around in some conversation or in some email or in some feedback from the public, and I just arranged them in this order because it seemed to add up to something which it seemed to me had broad support.
Okay, so my next question is the COPS grant, and I guess I don't know who would have to answer this, Michael. The COPS grant that we already have proposed, how does this affect that, this 120?
This looks to be on top of what's already included in the proposed budget.
So does that give us more officers or something different? I mean, because
again, checking out the numbers, but it appears that it would be an additional 2 to 4, somewhere around there, in addition to the 2 to 4 that have already been included within the proposed budget.
And the street lights and cameras, 150,000, and that's just for the city, correct?
That would also be, and here it looks like it's only a 1-year expense. I mean, 1-year budget. It's not a recurring, so it's only in the first year, but not in the second. And that would be in addition to any other dollars that we already have within the budget that's allocated to street lighting. And I would like to bring to the council's attention, we already, I believe, we have $100,000 in street lighting built into the budget.
So this would make it 250,000.
This would be on top of that.
Okay, so that
for 1 year
could
only,
be used throughout for year one though, but throughout the city, so we can make sure we have proper lighting.
I believe that would be the intentions, to use it throughout the city or to. Now I don't know. I back up on that because I reckon that hasn't been determined where it would be used.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question, because if you don't know,
I don't
you
know.
know I don't know, because this was
is a
just
proposal
presented.
that was just presented.
So you don't know either. So Rick,
Councilmember
I guess you would
Smiley.
have to answer that for us.
The item that has been bounced around is that there's a desire for additional streetlights in District 2. It was mentioned by the additional streetlights and cameras in District 2. It was mentioned by several of the people who came up to speak. It's been mentioned by members of council. So, again, it seemed like it had broad support, so I included it in this recommendation.
So to be clear, this is 150 for streetlights and cameras for District 2 only, and the other 100,000 is for the city, correct?
That was the idea that was presented to me.
Right.
I mean, it would have been clear for you to put on here District 2 so we'd know.
My apologies.
That's
Mike,
all right.
would you maybe, Mike, write that in?
Okay, and then the Tar River Legacy Plan. What part of the Tar River Legacy Plan are we trying to fund? Do you, since you wrote?
I have no specific recommendation. There's a number of items in there. I think that we council could choose among them.
If there's anyone up here who could answer, I guess, since you talked to your votes, that would be nice to hear so we'd know. Okay, I was waiting on you. And he is.
Any discussion, Mr. Mercer?
Well, I can tell you what motion I seconded, or my understanding of what motion I seconded, which is the Tar River Legacy Plan is something that has broad support in the city. I think it has economic development potential and as well as quality of life. And my interest in seconding the motion would be to put additional monies for that legacy plan. But I have no interest tonight in getting involved in the details of where that might go. I think that would be a matter of, staff giving us recommendations, Rec and Bart giving us recommendations, council members giving, ideas, bouncing around and working it out. But I don't think that that's necessary to work out the details of that. I just want to make sure I move that legacy plan forward.
Okay, and I have one more question since I'm still in my question phase and can ask as many as I need to for clarification. Reduce the charge to fund balance for 123 for the debt service, I'm assuming.
The existing budget, the budget in the agenda has $150,000, I think I got that number right, charge to fund balance. The budget is essentially balanced by presuming that we'll take $150,000 out of savings. It's essentially or maybe it's for contingencies or something like that. But my proposal is that we reduce the amount that we would need to take from savings by $123,000, because after, when you look at the amount of revenue we get and the expenses which are proposed against it, there's $123,000 more revenue than there is expenses, and so in the grand scheme of things, it's a fairly small number compared to everything else, and so I just suggested that we simply put it back in the fund balance.
Okay, and the East Side Park, is there a certain portion, or are we just buying? I mean, what are we doing with East Side Park?
There is no park right now. It's
Oh.
completely empty.
Well, that's,
So maybe that will get us a parking lot.
That's my question.
A question direct to a certain individual or just in general?
Staff.
Okay.
Because my questions can only be answered or directed to staff and not to council.
There is an existing master plan for the East Side Park, but I don't, like I said, we're just seeing this, and so.
Oh, it's a surprise to you too. Okay.
We're not, I can't tell you exactly what.
And I guess
that's intended for.
as the city manager, if you could explain the reduced excess payroll with the 4% vacancy rate.
That is the vacancy factor that you've been talking about, and so this year you increased it to a 3% of payroll to basically, as was described, we have turnover, and so sometimes we have monies left over because of turnover, and so that would help reduce the amount, and so this would be increasing the vacancy rate from 3% to 4%. I think this is something Michael's assistant city manager is really concerned about. It's a
keep on asking. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you had, yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
And my last question. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Mr. Golly?
Yeah, I guess this is for Councilman Smiley, just because this was your legislation that you introduced to us. I guess why only District 2 for streetlights and cameras? You know, this city has crime everywhere in all of our districts. In my district, your district, Candy's district, Rose's district, and PJ's everywhere. So why only specifically just District 2? Because, I mean, it's just interesting that it's only District 2. So that's my first question.
Again, there's already money in the budget that's a continuing allocation, which has been spent citywide over the past.
Oh, yes.
The question, over the last week, as people have talked about what they would like to see in the budget, that there has been a specific argument made for streetlights and cameras in particular areas that have that are challenged, and so since it seemed to be enjoying broad support and a number of people wanted to see it in the budget, I included it in this example.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering that question, just because, I also have plenty of constituents in my district, and I'm sure that Ms. Smith and Councilman Conley and everyone else can also vouch that they have streetlights needs as well. I've seen, some streetlight improvements in District 3 over the past.
Is this your debate, Mr. Conley?
No, it is leading into another question.
All right. Looking forward to that.
So, just that was the, in fact, I would encourage that you take another look at your proposal, that we look into, in fact, spreading that out evenly across the city. Then also, you, on comparison 3, you make a jump from $20 to $30, so a net increase of $10 for every change in the motor vehicle tax fee. Is that sunsetted, to end in 2020, or is that indefinite? Because, it's kind of concerning to me that this would be an indefinite fee upon the citizens of Greenville. And, I know Ms. Glover had mentioned earlier that she would like to continue to get her Pepsi, so I want to make sure that she's not having to spend it on her motor vehicle fee instead of on her daily Pepsi.
If that's to me, I think that's a great idea. I think we could maybe put it in there that every new council would need to vote to renew that so it would be for this financial period, for this year and year 1 and year 2, but then this time 2 years from now when we put together our new biannual budget, then perhaps we should revisit that. I would certainly entertain that as an alternative.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Absolutely.
All right, you accept the amendment?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Seconder would need to accept. Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Murphy accepts this? Yes. Ms. Glover?
Let me try to help PJ a little bit. PJ, this month there was $100,000.
You talking to me or him?
I'm sorry.
McLean.
McLean. I always call him PJ. I'm sorry. I'm the oldest one up here, so I guess I can't make a mistake. The lights, the street lights, there were monies designated for the east side and the west side, and all the money went to the east side, and the west side did not get the lights and cameras.
Okay.
And
we all need to.
that's why the $150,000 is here, but maybe we need to say we're going to do this concurrently until we get all the lights everywhere, lights and cameras.
So you knew, never mind.
All right. Question for staff.
You knew, Council.
We put $1.2 million for town commons. Can you tell me what specifically that's going to be used for the next 2 years? Can someone give me specifics what that $1.2 million is going to get us?
We are in the process of designing the first phase of the town commons. So
okay.
I would assume that would be primarily
Mr.
how it's
Fenton, can you come up and
used.
can I borrow you for a second?
Good luck.
Yes, sir. As the city manager said, we will have that first phase plan this Wednesday.
Yep.
But obviously, we're looking at the final schematic of the entire park, which will be a few
Okay.
months down the road. At that point, we would look at specifically what we could pick and choose from that $1.2 million.
Okay.
So there isn't specifically a $1.2 million project
okay.
at this point. I think the money came before the
So the money became before the details.
Right, except that the original master plan for the town common was close to $13 million, I think, in total.
Okay.
So I think the city has looked at it and said, can we start to put it in?
Right. So is that going towards potential debt service, or we just don't know at this point?
No, we
Towards
don't
a
know at
larger
this
park? How much will the whole park?
Well,
roughly
$13
cost?
million was the original for the entire park from the original master plan back in 2009.
Okay, but the 1.2 doesn't have it's not directed specifically at anything. It's to find out what we can do with it once you finish your plan.
That's exactly right.
Okay, all right. Also from staff, we also have $300,000 for West Point Park. Okay,
Yeah.
Can you give me some details on that?
Well, and what we're doing is negotiating to acquire the land right now, about 5 acres over in the West Point neighborhood. And beyond what we pay for it, then we would begin to maybe do a phase 1 improvement for the park.
Okay, is that one of your prioritized parks?
It is. That is one particular area of the community that is we consider park poor. It's a nickname we
Okay.
give those areas. And it's
Whose district is that in?
That's I believe that's District 1.
Okay.
Councilmember Smith,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith. We have, I think, $500,000 in the budget for land acquisition as well as some initial development of that park.
Is that particular amount is for a specific item?
Not at this point. We don't have a master plan for that park yet. We don't have the land for that park yet.
We
Okay.
have,
All right.
we have a layout and I think that some initial playground equipment was considered
Okay.
for that.
Well, thank you for those details. Thank you. Mr. Conley?
I just want to have some more comments.
Well, we'll get to the second round. You've had your first round comments, so we need to get to that first. So anyone else in the first round? We are following the process. No matter how emotional that may be, we're going to follow the rules. So, Ms. Smith?
I have another question. Your proposal, council member, the proposal to staff, the proposal that Councilmember Mercer made for the Imperial Warehouse site, explain that. That's not being put back into the budget. It's still our
I think his
fund
request
balance.
was to put it, to have it purchased through fund balance.
The same thing that you showed us on the video.
That you could if you wanted to do that at some point.
Okay, so that means after the site is cleaned
I
up?
think your motion was, what was it, for now or for?
I moved an amendment to the motion that's on the floor. Now, I assume this was accepted as a friendly amendment, so we don't have debate on that, so it's a part of the motion. That's my understanding of where we are.
Right, but my understanding of the motion was that it was going to be part of the budget, but it was going to be totally funded by fund balance.
Correct, that's my amendment.
Right, which was accepted. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Conley?
Yeah, I want to. I know we're getting specific here, and I kind of want to get some specifics on the street improvements. Do we have any specifics where the $1 million is going to be allocated? Have we addressed which streets need to be addressed with that $1 million that is proposed?
We have a plan for street improvements. I think it's a 5-year plan that we developed, and Public Works Director Mulligan can provide more information.
Do we have a graded out list, Kevin?
What's that?
We have a graded out list of roads and priorities.
We do. See if I can get this to pop up here. So,
Yeah, I'm looking at this one too.
It's going high tech on us.
yeah, trying to.
Slide it up just a little bit.
There we go. So here is essentially our bond projects, our 5-year master plan, as well as DOT, the 5-year resurfacing plan, as well as color-coded by year, 16, 17, 18, so for 5 years there. And DOT projects are the ones that are dashed. So you'll see that red diagonal line and the horizontal line, that's Dickinson and 10th Street Connector, Evans. So answering your question, if there's an extra $1 million for road resurfacing, so these light blue projects that are here, that would be done as part, that's going to be done as part of next year's $1 million. So the initial $1 million, and we would look to pull in some projects from 17 into
Yeah, slide it over that. Yeah, keep sliding.
I don't know if it's not quite working.
Right.
So we would pull it, so Lake Ellsworth is one area that we would look at. Howell, actually Howell's a different year. But we would evaluate some work would need to be done. So need to figure out where we are with utilities, where GUC would be with utilities, what they have planned for the next few years. We're meeting tomorrow to start that progress, start that process as well. Where we are with our stormwater. So we need to evaluate what roads are the most applicable for, of the roads listed here, which roads are the most applicable for road resurfacing.
So it would kind of be like money before the details, same thing for that. But are you familiar with the pavement condition index?
Sure.
I'm looking at it right now, and it looks like the vast majority of our roads seem to be in, according to this index, which was like, I don't know who this was prepared for, but it's on the city website. It looks like the majority of them are either in good or satisfactory condition, according to this. I mean, there's a few of them you can see. Looks like there's several over maybe in District 1 and a few in District 2. I could say the majority of them in District 5 look like they're in excellent condition. There's a few that are failing. So I'd be all for addressing the other issues or the other areas, but how accurate is that? Is that relatively, the one I'm looking at is from 2014, is that relatively?
2014, yeah, we undertook that in order to get, it's one sort of tool of the toolbox, in our toolbox. So there's the roadway condition, and that's a standardized test where a truck will go out and they'll take a look at the roughness coefficient, the separation of the asphalt, those sorts of things. We'll also look at the cores, the asphalt cores, as well as the soil compaction. So that, and in addition, we'll also look at what is the plan for our stormwater, as well as gas, water, sewer, electric. What is the plan on those roads? If we're going to be out there with stormwater, or if GUC is going to be out there replacing their stormwater, their utility, then we're probably going to move that road up to match, so that one, we're not resurfacing before they're doing or before we have to do our work. We'll do our work and then we'll resurface at the same time.
In regard to the Town Creek Culvert project that we're doing, do we have an estimate on how many lane miles are going to be affected by that, or how many are going to be resurfaced from us tearing that up in the uptown area?
So we're going to be rebuilding, I don't have a lane mile on that, but not a tremendously significant amount. I mean, there will be significant interruptions. I mean, it's a big project. That's we're building a trench that's 25 feet deep by 20 to 30 feet wide, depending on what method the contractor is going to use. But most of Reed, between 5th and Evans, will be rehabbed or rebuilt after that's done. We will then go behind Thai 360 and Marathon Restaurant, and so across 8th and down Washington there. And then once we go across 5th going north, we're into that swale of property. So we're cutting across 4th and 3rd and then 1st.
So essentially most of the uptown area will probably be at some point impassable, or it'll be tough to navigate through just because of all the construction that's taking place over there?
Yeah, I don't know about impassable. So there will be detours. The Town Creek Culvert will be worked in segments. All right, so contractor will need to work in 90-day segments. So this piece will be out of commission. There will be detour plans. Detour plans are probably 50 pages of the 250-page document.
Okay. And as far as, have we figured out, have we been working with the DOT as far as transportation and detours related to the 10th Street Connector project? I guess one of my fear is we're tearing up so many roads. I just want to make sure that we're working in conjunction with them, because I know Dickinson Avenue is coming up in 2017 too, and that's a $14 million project, if I remember correctly.
It is. I think that Dickinson will probably start at just about the time that 10th Street is completing. So the latter part of 2018.
They've moved it back?
No, I think that was the original plan.
The STIPE, I think it was called in here, had it started in 2017, or completion in 2017 for Dickinson Avenue.
Yep.
2018 is when
So 2018 fiscal year is when that is planned to be in effect.
So it's not 2017.
Okay. Still in debate on this item. Any additional discussion? Anyone hasn't spoken in the first round? Any discussion on this item?
Must be done.
I think it's always important. The budget process is never easy because we have to make a decision about how we fund the city. And at what point do you fund quality of life and assets for your community? What is that crisis point? What is that point you have to look at whether you're doing a good job or whether you're being efficient? And that's a decision that we have to make, and we work on that for 2 years. What you're seeing now is this process goes on constantly in the way it should. We began a budget process, the earliest we have ever done that, for a reason. To ask that everyone gets a chance to ask questions, be engaged in the process. It was great to have Nancy Colville here. She did attend every single meeting that we had. As a citizen, that was exemplary. You know, sometimes budgeting requires perspective. When I first came on board, Ms. Glover had been here for a number of years, and others that have been serving on council, we didn't get handed such a rosy picture as we're being handed today. We were coming post-recession. We were handed a budget. The revenue neutral for that budget was a tax raise of 4 cents. That tells you about revenue neutral. So that's not always the measuring stick whether you're taking care of your community or not. We didn't accept that from staff. What we decided to do at that point in time, knowing that it was the right thing to do then, coming out of recession, we cut taxes in real numbers by $2.3 million both years. You have to decide as a council whether you're married to a process or married to doing the right thing at the right time with your community. Now, this city has grown all of those years. In 2003, our tax rate was 62 cents. In 2004, it was 62 cents. Then it was 56 cents. If you look down this entire chart, going to such a rate that's being discussed here would be the lowest in memory. It's not even on our chart. This is a city that we saw the past couple of weeks, the recent census numbers. So a community, while Jacksonville, Kinston, Rocky Mount, Washington, New Bern, all these communities around us have atrophied. They have gone down in their numbers, gone down in their engagement, whereas Greenville continues to grow. Our dilemma when you come up here and do a budget is you aren't building a budget for 2013 and 2014. If you look around this community, the employees we need, the compensation we need, the roads we need paved, the jobs that we need to build for, we're building for 2020 as we get closer to 100,000 as a city. Our options are, what is enough is enough. Do we put ourselves in a crisis budget where every time things pop up that are unexpected, like 2 years ago when the legislature decided that they were going to defund the city $1 million because they decided to get away with business licenses? Appropriate discussion. That was also taken out of our budget after we cut taxes. Those are the things you have to be planning and ready for. When Harry Brown, someone I think a lot of, member of the Senate, can now contemplating potentially taking sales tax dollars away from this city. So do you live on the edge? That's what you have to ask as a community, or do you fall within a particular range? Kinston's tax rate is, I believe, 0.66. That's correct from staff. Goldsboro's is 0.58. Rocky Mount's is 0.57. I mean, it's all there for you to see. The other element here as well is as you build a city, you have to look at what that penny actually creates. You'd may be surprised to know that a penny in Cary, North Carolina is double what the penny creates in terms of tax value here. Same thing for Asheville, a similar city of a similar size. Their penny generates double. So what we're working on here is making sure that we're being proactive in our progress in this city. And that's something that we need to stay on top of. When it was the right time, when the economy was struggling, we gave an enormous tax break, and nobody complained about that. We didn't have 20 people come up and complain about the past 4 years where they had a tax break. And now when things are a little better, we need to invest and catch up on our roads. You know, Kevin's not pulling that out of the air. We had a full diagnostic for the first time ever in this city done on our road system. And our police aren't pulling that out of the air as well. Our ratio is 2.1, which is one of the lowest of a city our size in North Carolina. Every officer has 1,000 interactions with people in a given week. These 10 officers make a difference. It may save a life, and make me redirect a family, and make something different in this community. Things like that matter. If you want to argue about whether we should do a park or not, we can have that discussion, or a pet project or here and there or not, we can have that discussion. But there is no compromise on safety in this community, good roads in this community, and enough police officers to make this place safe and good economic development. It matters for our future. Anyone else wishing to discuss in the first round? If not, we'll move to the second round debate. Ms. Mercer.
Well, I'll be brief. Usually, and I'm sure it's the case in this time, no budget pleases everyone, and probably there's no one pleased 100%. But there are some features in this motion that I like. It's revenue neutral with the bond service added. It gives us an opportunity to lower the tax rate, and it puts money in roads, public safety, and quality of life, which helps attract businesses to this community and keeps our graduates here and attracts people. I have received a good bit of the input from citizens, had a lot of discussions. This city is moving toward 100,000 people. This is a forward-thinking budget. I think that moves the city forward. So I will stand in favor of it.
Question.
Yes, sir.
I guess this goes back to Councilmember Smiley's. You know, we've had a lot of discussion over the past, I guess 4 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever it's been, about the need to, get a vast number of police officers in our community. Does your budget, in fact, raise it up to the 10 that would be necessary? I know that was very important to our Mayor Thomas that we get there. Does that get there?
I think it depends on you get the COPS grant or not.
Okay. I
think there's enough matching funds there to probably get you there, but you need the federal.
But that's not guaranteed, just. Okay.
No, I understand that we've gotten really good feedback from our congressional delegation about the prospects for the COPS grant, but until you get it, I don't think you can ever count it.
Thank you.
Second round debate on this item. Anyone wishing to discuss? Seeing not, we have, okay, Mr. Connolly.
I want to point out a few things as far as discussion. Back on June 12th, 2008, during the reevaluation, actually I think this was this was the reevaluation. Council members Glover, Joyner, Kittrell, Mercer, and Spell all voted to approve the revenue neutral budget. Just give people a perspective as far as it relates to crime, because I've heard that people think that if we reduce the budget, crime's going to spike. 2009 through 2012, overall crime dropped 11%, and to reference that was off the NCDOG website. So it is a credited stat right there. In June 14, 2012, after the last octennial reappraisal, which is conducted every 8 years, Blackburn, Glover, Mitchell, Joyner, and Smith all voted for revenue neutral as well. The one vote that was dissenting, I read a blog on the council member, and the only reason he did not vote for it was there was a proposal to raise the raises for all the council members in the budget as well as the mayor, and he just felt like that was not a good idea at the time. So putting those numbers into contrast, 11 out of 12 council members, the last 2 rounds have gone with a revenue neutral position. So by going ahead and reversing course, it makes you kind of scratch your head, what in the world happened? Crime rate dropped in 2013 and 2014, 6%. Again, this was derived from the NCDOG DOJ website, so it's a credited source. In addition to that, I want to point out some additional costs that we're going to see our citizens that are going to receive on a monthly and annual basis. 2016-2017 budget,
there's a 50-cent monthly increase for sanitation, which is $6 per year. 2016 through 2017, there's a 50-cent stormwater increase, which is $6 per year. 2016, 2017, there's a 5.5% water increase, which averages $1.66 per month, which is an annual $19.92 increase. 2016, 2017 budget, there's a 6.5% increase in sewer service, which is $2.64, which is $31.68 per month. So that brings a grand total before the revaluation for anybody in our city at $63.60. So just to be able to live in our city this next year without any of these additional taxes, not $10 for your vehicle, and not the 8% proposed increase that we want to burden our citizens with, they're going to have $63.60 just to be able to live in our city. When it comes down to those people that are living paycheck to paycheck. They've got to be able to find $63.60 just to be able to live. As far as adding into this proposal, I found it interesting that only District 2 was noted in this, and I find that interesting that our city has needs in general. I don't know if this was garnered for a certain reason why we went to District 2 for $100,000 of lighting. That seems very odd. The word "I" was used a couple times in the budget scenario. I don't think anybody should govern with saying I. It should be the citizens, we as a whole. You don't make decisions on what your best interest is. Another council member had mentioned about talking to people. You guys need to get in your car and drive over to District 5, because I can tell you District 5 is going to be affected big time on this, and it drives me absolutely crazy. There are people in my district that are going to see huge increases because of this revaluation. And there's a time to invest in our community. I 100% understand that. But you don't invest on a certain amount of people. You don't say 25%.
Thank you. You're actually 2 minutes over. I'll let you go an additional 2 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Additional speakers in the second round of this item? Real quick, I need to ask a question. Kevin, I'll borrow you for a second. Because a good point was brought up. It's funny how this is always brought up about sanitation. How much money would the city owe right now if we were still doing the old sanitation system? How much in the red would we be?
Well, we were looking at, by year 2020, an $18 million.
$18 million in the red hole.
That's right.
Right. If we didn't revise our system and improve it. And that had unanimous support, I guess, from council, correct?
Yes.
So what would 18 million equivalent be in tax pennies? 12, 13, 14, 36 cents in tax value?
20, 30 cents.
Okay. Perspective. Thank you. Additional speakers in the second round? Mr. Smiley?
Again, just to correct some misinformation, the 2012 revaluation did not result in a revenue neutral budget. A revenue neutral, since the tax base went down, a revenue neutral budget would have required the tax rate to go up, and it did not. Correct. So it was not it's not revenue, excuse me, I'm sorry. So it was not a revenue neutral, it was a revenue negative budget.
Right.
My colleague has listed a lot of expenses which have gone up, but he chose not to list the expenses which a citizen in the city would see that have gone down. That there have been dramatic cuts to the electric rate. There have been dramatic cuts to gas, natural gas. Taxes went down last year. So, people pay a lot more for electric and gas than they pay for water and sewer. So I imagine that, if you're going to look at utility rates, then most people are probably seeing a lower cost from utilities this year than they would have if no changes had been made from last year's rates. So I think it's certainly possible to cherry pick numbers and to characterize all actions of the city and the utility as somehow detrimental to the citizens when that's not the case. It's certainly not the intention, and it's certainly not the outcome.
Anyone else wishing to speak in the second round? Mr. Godley?
I'd like to call up Mr. Fenton. Just got a couple questions for you. And then also after him, I have some questions for our Director of Public Works, Mr. Mulligan. So just whenever he's done, just head on back up here. So, you know, I'm looking at this proposal, and it's very interesting that they included Eastside Park. Eastside Park is in my district. Most people, if they were to drive through River Hills, would have no clue that that's a park because simply there's nothing there. It's behind a cemetery, and it's just it's a field. 150 grand over in year one, 150 grand year two. You know, it's not in front of you right now, but what do you think 150 grand really gets you for that park? I mean, you know, what does $150,000 in year one get you year two? Because, you know, that is a side of my district that hasn't seen much development, I suppose, in regards to this park, and I'd be interested in seeing what we could do to potentially get more funding for that.
Well, it wouldn't do a lot. I think one of the problems you have with a new park, and that's a piece of land that the city has owned for quite a few years, but one of the problems you have with a new park is an immediate access. You spend money getting into the area, you spend money creating an entrance, and that's not really something that everybody's all crazy about because they'd like to see some recreational amenities rather than simply access. You've got the same issue with if you need water, if you need electricity, and those kinds of things. They're the non-interesting pieces that are absolutely essential. I think we could create maybe a small parking lot and a gravel entrance. It would have to be through the River Hills neighborhood. That entrance at this point, in the future, it may come off of 10th Street out near Walmart. That would be the future access to that part. That wouldn't be ready today. The master plan calls for a dog park. It calls for a pavilion. It calls for a multi-purpose athletic field in the area. It calls for trails. So we'd have to go back and look at, I mean, certainly a dog park and the access and maybe some gravel parking might be feasible. But we'd have to look at what the master plan calls for and basically look and say, okay, which piece can we afford to do?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I guess going back to a number of questions here, you know, Councilman Smiley, this is your piece of legislation. Would you be interested in potentially shifting more funding towards Eastside Park, knowing that it does very little to actually make it a park?
I'm open to all manner of recommendations on this. This was an attempt to summarize the ideas that were floating around.
Okay.
And so if there is somebody can make this better, then I'm all for it.
Okay. I got you. Thank you for already being there. Second question, you know, the change in the motor vehicle tax would bring in an additional $494,000 and some change to go towards roads. Okay. We spoke a little bit on this a bit earlier. How much does, you know, for every $1 million, how much lane miles does that get you? For, you know, if you spend $1 million, how many lane miles could you expect for resurfacing?
Roughly 10.
It's roughly 10. So an additional $500,000 probably wouldn't solve all of our problems here in Greenville?
No, it gets us 5.
Okay, it gets us 5. Okay. All right. Okay, and then also, thank you.
Okay.
And then shifting back to council member, you know, Smiley, once again, you know, street lights and cameras are really important in this district. They truly are. I think it is only fair to the citizens of Greenville that this funding, this additional funding, if it were to be passed, should be spread out amongst all districts and not specifically for District 2. Otherwise, this is only, you know, I don't really know why you just chose District 2 other than potentially to hope to get Councilmember Glover's vote.
Actually, at the last council meeting, almost every member of council there called during their comment periods at the end of the meeting, called for additional lights and cameras in District 2. It was I mean, not everyone has the capability to come in, and I think, would you be open, I guess is my next question, to, you know, seeking for us to spread that out amongst the entire city? Because I've had people reach out to me as well. I'm sure Candy has. I'm sure Calvin has. Alan, PJ. I think it's just fair. Again, there's $100,000 already in the budget before this, which is clearly being spread around the city. The various references, the various comments I got from members of the public and from members of council, again, this past week and at the last council meeting, was that there was a specific need in District 2. And so that's what my recommendation is.
So it stands as only in District 2?
That's the recommendation that I've got on this proposal.
Okay. Well, I would like to, I guess, amend your motion of this so that all districts citywide could do it. Would you be open to that? Or could I get, I guess, a second from someone else?
if you're offering is a friendly
Yes.
friendly
amendment.
friendly amendment, I would decline that.
Okay.
Anyone else wishing to discuss here in the second round this item?
I hate to keep saying
Glover?
this, but we've been asking for lights and cameras in our district forever. And the last money that was put in for lights and cameras was supposed to be divided between east side and west side. And all the money was spent on the east side. After it all said and done, all the money was spent on the east side. And I guess we should be keeping up with how funds that we allocate are being spent to make sure they're being spent for exactly what they're supposed to be spent for. Because you probably wouldn't have that. You probably would have some more requests because it's a big area. West Greenville is a big area, and there's a lot of activity. There's a lot of things going on all day, every night. And if you'd ask any police officer what is the worst area in this city, they would tell you that it is the Higgs neighborhood, which is Myrtle, Raleigh, and all those areas over there. That is a worse place. And matter of fact, I just got a call from a lady today that said, wasn't today, last week, that she couldn't even sleep at night because the prostitutes and the drug dealers has taken up over her whole street, and they're just running down the street, hauling, stopping cars all night long. And she felt like something should be done about it. Yeah, I feel like something should be done about it too. But if you got the lights and the cameras, it would probably make a difference because you could start identifying some of these people who are selling drugs. And, I have to look around myself when I go home, but I choose to live there. So, that's on me. I choose to live there, and I should live there because the most needed people in District 2 is in West Greenville and over in the Christian Drive area. And I'm saying all of West Greenville, not just Rose part of West Greenville, I'm saying not just District 2, but all of West Greenville is dark. And unless we start planning to do something, then we're not gonna ever see the light. Because I can assure you one thing, everybody sitting up here on this council and everybody sitting out in this audience, when they get through taking everything they can from people in West Greenville that come into your neighborhood. I'm telling you, I said this years ago, and it happened. 2 years ago, I said this, and this happened. I have seen it progressively happen all along because there's nothing else for them to steal. The people are so poor.
Thank you, Ms. Glover. Additional speakers in the second round of this item. Mr. Colley.
Yeah, I just would like to make a motion to this adoption, and I guess anyone can second this motion, that we would adopt, council members, to $150,000 just to go to District 2 and spread it out evenly across the city, just because I believe that the citizens of Greenville should all receive an equal aspect of a lighting and funding source, because there's very blighted areas in my district, there's very blighted areas in Councilman Smith's district, or Mayor Pro Tem, district, so I just think it's the right thing to do.
Motion's been made. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
All right, second to the motion. Mr. Smiley?
Again, I'm certainly happy to consider this. I do think that there's already funding in the budget for $40,000 of lights and cameras in District 1 that is earmarked to District 1. I'm sorry, District 3. I'm terribly sorry. That's earmarked to District 3. That was a specific request to staff by my colleague from District 3. And so it's not unusual for the city to target specific areas of challenge. There's also other areas of this, other areas of the budget, which are both on this list and in the budget overall, which are targeted to specific parts of the city. We're buying parkland in in West Greenville. The East Side Park is in District 3. There are, it's a big city. Not every part of the city has the exact same needs. I don't think that this budget is unfair to any particular district. And so I would argue that that making this a general allocation doesn't address the specific needs that are currently faced in District 2.
Additional speakers?
Question.
Ms. Smith?
To the attorney. So, although we have one motion, we can have another motion inside that motion.
Sure. What this motion is, a motion to amend the base motion. And
okay.
That's what it is. So you vote on the motion to amend first.
Okay, but no other motion inside of that motion because it's a okay. Thank you. I'm just trying to be clear on it. Okay.
Additional speakers on this item?
Yeah, just want to just comment on Councilmember Smiley. You're absolutely right. There is some specific money earmarked for District 3 in regards to security cameras. That is actually a public-private partnership in which a neighborhood association has decided to upfront some funding, and the city felt it would be wise to also help alleviate some of those costs since it was their initiative. So
that's great. Additional discussion, Ms. Glover?
If we sit here and cherry pick everything, I can say, why are we going to do the East Side Park? Whose district is that in? It doesn't matter to me whose district in. If you want to move the whole $150,000, no cameras, no lights in West Greenville, that will be fine with me. But I'm telling you, you're going to be in trouble when it comes down to crime. And they're not coming my way, they're going your way. And so, I just, like I said, the East Side got it the last time, all the money, and this was, I don't know if this was concurrent or not. When this was requested, when this was in our budget, was it concurrent? City manager?
Concurrent with what?
Was it the monies were, if they were concurrent, because we had this $150,000 in there, was that recurring thing for 2 years, the $150,000?
We had, in the original, in the budget that we proposed, we have like $100,000, I think, or so each year.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. 17 and 18 in the plan.
Well, just like I said, it's always the little people who are always the ones that don't get anything. And, I fight as hard as I can. I try to work with people as much as I can. But there's just so much given that you can take when it comes down to the people. We're not talking about Rose Glover's district is getting lights. It's the people that live in the community that are getting lights and cameras. That's who it is. It's the people in the community that need lights and cameras. And these are people who pay taxes that they cannot enjoy where they live because it's such a bad thing. It's such a bad way to have to live when people run up and down the street hauling people down, and you got to go out and come in. There's a church over there. They're having problems with them, and you got to go out and come in. Because if you would see the difference in Vance Street, where the police department put those LED lights up, and where they did the blue light thing that Ms. Barber and I got from another city when we were at a meeting, and they do the blue light thing, they just drive through with the blue lights on. And I can tell you, that has really changed, just that portion. It was a small portion, but there were so many people in that portion selling drugs and doing everything that they could possibly do. And so just that little area, that much change. How about if we did it, I don't care if we do it all over the city, but we need to start in the worst areas first. And so And seeing that, the results from that, the drug dealers, I don't know where they went. I don't care if they went to the county. Some of them moved. You don't see them in the street. They're not coming to your car, giving you no sign when you're driving down the street. It made a big difference. And we also have to thank Chief Holtzman for that as well. So if you give the police something to fight with or something to work with in these areas that they're having such a hard time in, it would really make a difference. It would really, really make a difference. In our community, it's not Rose Glover's. I don't own District 2. The people of District 2 own me.
Thank you. Barbara, do you have something?
Yes. Every time we do street lighting, we have a operational cost that happens. Public Works Director Mulligan, can you come forward and just talk a little bit about that and talk about the installation of some of the lighting?
I'm sorry, I missed part of that.
The operational cost related to additional lighting.
Sure. The installation of the lights is typically the inexpensive or the more inexpensive part. We're looking at whether it's a decorative light at $33 per light per month, or a regular street light is about $24 a month for every street light that's converted to LED. So we have several. We have 7,000 lights. So to go and add 100 lights, 100 times 20 times 12, whatever that works out to, $24,000.
Good start. Thank you. Mr. Mercer.
Yes, the amendment specifically was to take this budget line and spread it evenly throughout the city. That is not a reasonable and prudent use of an expenditure like lights. They need to go where they're needed, not evenly throughout the city. And there's indication that they are needed where we're targeting them, and we also know that there are other expenditures in the budget for other areas of the city. So I don't think this amendment is a prudent use of that particular monies.
Okay. I'd like to, amend my own motion so that it would, Chief Holtzman's department, the police department, could in fact use that additional funding as they feel, is in their best use, so that if they feel this area of town is really good, because at the end of the day, I don't think a district should determine where a city light should go. Crime is citywide, and if one side of the road is in District 1, the other's in District 2. That should not be the determinant of where the street light should go. It should be really where is the priority. So once again, I'd like to change, my motion, like Calvin Mercer, at-large Mercer said, in a way that we would allow the police department to, designate where they believe that funding should go, because crime is citywide. It is not just bound by district lines that are determined by a bureaucrat.
Mr. Conley, you accept the amendment?
Absolutely.
All right. We'll continue with the debate on this item. Ms. Smith?
To make it more interesting, since we have motions on the table.
After this motion,
After
not to have two on the table, on the floor at the same time. If we could vote on this.
Go ahead and vote on this one? Okay.
All right. Anybody else with discussion on this item? I do find it kind of interesting because something that McLean brought up and Mr. Mercer as well. We spend millions of dollars in certain districts based on their need.
Mm-hmm.
I could walk 2 blocks from here and show you multi-million-dollar expenditures that we don't have. And I could walk in other districts and show you where, based on need, we spend significant amounts of funds to handle the right because the city does have different dynamics and characteristics across this entire city. There are areas that have issues. There are areas that, if we enhance them and invest in them, you plant the seed, it grows. And we've reaped the value of that over the past several years. So obviously everyone can see what's going on. There's some maneuvering happening. And I think if some folks would be honest up here, I think they've all tried to make some phone calls around. So let's be serious about where we are. You have an alternative budget solution being presented, and I think what this is going to do between now and the 16th, hopefully, rather than one little group saying they have 3 votes, now everybody gets a chance to maybe talk and communicate a little better. We're all elected. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Instead of going to a corner and pouting that you didn't get your way, or you did get your way and gloating, how about we be adults up here, all 7 of us? I hear snickering when we're having a discussion. I hear under-breath comments while we're having a discussion. You're supposed to be electing adults, and we're supposed to be growing into this position. And we can either act like it and grow this into a modern city that's going to get good things done. We have an obligation in Greenville, North Carolina, not just to our citizens, but this whole region. When I mentioned a while ago about other communities that were losing jobs, losing people, losing opportunity, I didn't mention that to be disparaging of them. I mentioned that because we have an obligation to educate, to provide medicine, and provide opportunity this region. And we need to take that obligation seriously. It's not funny. Everybody up here wants to do something that's good for this community. We don't always get our way, but we should be professionals and move forward and move on to the next opportunity that we can have to keep on building this community. At the end of the day, are you for Greenville or against it? Is it for your certain thing that you didn't get, or do you want to be able to move this community forward? Look in the mirror and ask yourself that. Everybody in this city. That is why we are up here at this table. That's why we want the right people in Raleigh at the table, on the federal government level, or whether they're sitting in our boards and commissions. Do you care about this community? Are you serious about it, or is it just a game? This is not a game. We're all elected to be professionals up here, and it's time to show that. Greenville is too important for your kids and mine and the future for all of us in this community. So it's time to show that as a council. Let's move this thing forward. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? If not, Ms. Glover, I think we already got you on debate on the amendment. Sorry. All in favor of the amendment offered by Mr. Guiley and seconded by Mr. Conley, please indicate by raise of hand. All opposed?
What was it?
To spread the money around evenly. All opposed?
Well, it's not evenly. It's just to give his department the discretion to spend his money where they feel it is the darkest in the city.
Those in favor of Mr. Guiley's motion have indicated. Those opposed the motion, please indicate by raise of hand. Ms. Glover, do you oppose or?
No. I agree with it.
You agree with Mr. Guiley's motion to move that money to Chief?
To the chief. The chief knows
Okay.
where the hot spot's at.
All right. So that motion is accepted. All right. Now, Mr. Smiley? Excuse me, Mr. Hollick?
No, I believe Ms. Smith had
Ms. Smith?
another amendment.
Yes. I guess to make this more interesting, one of the things that we talked about adding to the budget was the Imperial Warehouse site that everybody was so interested in. And after reading all of the commentary in the newspaper and hearing from individuals and also getting emails, when I looked at the editorial that was found in Sunday's paper, one of the things that talked about the benefits of us having this site, it said in West Greenville, it's the ability to truly revitalize one of the city's most challenged neighborhoods if the city keeps its hand in the innovative development of its critically strategic property situated between and its Greenville's currently blossoming downtown district. With that being the statement that was placed in the editorial, and it seems to be the belief of everybody, if anybody knows me, I don't like just a win-win with leaving someone out. And right now I feel like we're leaving someone out. I truly feel like that we're leaving out the actual community. What we're talking about is everybody else benefiting, and that means the property owner who currently owns it, which is us as a city once we decide to buy it, but we own it right now until the cleanup. The person who's selling it to the city, they're going to win, but how about the community? So I want to make sure that we include the community in that, because the change will affect the community. And that's the people that we have been talking about all night, who not necessarily has anything to do with what's happening with the site. And I can't see right now where it necessarily will benefit them. So my motion is that with the when the city purchases the Imperial Warehouse site, and then once the city decides to sell it, whether it's sold in pieces or whether it's sold in one bulk unit. My proposal is that 15% of that sale go into the West Greenville Fund, because I think the people who are in that area need to be brought up as well, and we do not have a area that's brought up and the community around it is not brought up. That's my motion.
I'd like to second.
Wish I could second it.
I know I made a motion earlier, but, Ms. Smith, Mayor Pro Tem Smith's motion, I really like it.
Yep, motion's been seconded. Mr. Smiley?
Is it 15% of the sale or 15% of the net proceeds? So if we sell it for $1 million, if we buy it for $1 million and sell it for $1.2 million, it would be 15% of the 200,000 of the
$1.2 million
profit.
Yes.
Of the profit or the $1.2 million? Because
of the $1.2 million.
So we might not actually recover the purchase price. Because if you bought it for $1 million and sold it for $1 million, then you'd have to
higher percentage profit.
Yeah,
we could look at maybe doing a higher percentage. I would be definitely open to that.
I just think it ought to be of the net proceeds. If we make money on it, then I think that should be spent. This is a great idea. If we break even on it, then I think that we should simply put the money back in the reserves.
Wait a minute, go back. You said if we break even on the sale of the land, you think we should put the money back in the reserves and not towards the project, West Greenville?
I guess I wouldn't necessarily argue for one or the other. I want to understand the project. Are you proposing that we, and you may have answered this, are you proposing that we put in 15% of the total sale or 15% of whatever we profit on the sale? So if we sell it for $2 million, $1 million is what it cost us, so our profit would only be $1 million.
Total sale. Because that's going to be the higher percentage.
So what's the motion?
Is it not the higher percentage, attorney?
Just as a reminder, part of the site where the plan is to retain. So I'm not certain if there is going to be any addition. If you.
But that's that 20%. That's that 20% that we already have, right? From the 80,000 that was not.
Also for the sidewalk.
Right, for the sidewalk.
The sidewalk development. Also, we're to retain part of it for parking, so that would not be involved with the sale.
Okay, so anything else that's sold, it's what I'm looking at. I think that should go back into that West Greenville Fund, because it's very difficult to hear everybody else prospering around the people who actually live there and who's been there when it was a warehouse and they don't prosper. So it's a win-win-win.
Exactly.
That's good. Mr. Gollin?
Mayor Pro Tem Smith, would you be open to a friendly amendment where we increase a much larger percentage, instead of it being 15% of the net the overall sale, instead from the profit standpoint? So if we sell it if we buy it for $1 million and we sell it for 1.5, maybe we should consider 50% of the profit going in there, which would in fact probably, that would be $250,000. That's a lot of money. Would you be open to that? Just so that we can break even. Okay, so I would like to suggest that we do 50%.
Sure.
I guess my only concern is that we've sold things for undervalue in the past. What are we going to do if we sell it for less than what we paid for?
Well, that's what I said, profit.
Mr. Hollick, do we have final say-so on sale price?
As far as our sale, yes. You would make a determination as to what the appropriate sale price is. Again, this is something that they're looking for, an economic development project, so that would be a factor that's placed in also. I know it's nice it's aspirational. I'm not sure if you really want to lock yourself into a specific percentage and formula at this time, but you may if you want. But just as a reminder, again, that what we're doing is we're purchasing it for it's $1 million less the 20% that they didn't put in, and then what we're to potentially be selling will be less than the full track, because we're retaining a portion of the track. The plan is to retain a portion of the track for the sidewalk development. So you're not necessarily going to get you're not going to get the 1.5 likely. Again, there will be a lesser. But again, and this is again something you can come back and amend at a later time. But I think it's going to be locking yourself into something at this time is a question.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, not to lock ourselves in, because if we make no profit, then that means we get nothing. And I'm not willing to have the community to deal with that, with everybody else prospering except them.
Should stay at the 15.
So in order to change that formula. I guess I'm saying if we look at the appraisal of the land, because I know it's supposed to be appraised, and once it's appraised, because the city I know makes all kinds of deals to make sure it's for economic development, and I don't want that in any way to cut into what the community should be receiving. So I don't want to say of the profit only.
Okay.
So I'm just saying
if it's possible, if you would just put a direction in that when it's sold, that consideration be given, or that for putting some monies into the West Greenville Fund to be determined.
And that sounds good, but that means, again, we're giving back the ability for someone else to make the decision of what goes in there, and they might decide to put 2%, 1%, and I'm not okay with that. So I would like that to be more secure in a vote of a percentage to be put back. And I'm not saying of just the profits, a percentage to be put back. So maybe that will motivate the city to sell the land for what we should sell it for, instead of just giving it away. So I'm going to stay with my, I'll say 20% instead of 15, make it even.
Of the sale price?
Yes.
Of the sale price.
All right. Is there a
You second that? Because
second
that's
on
an
that?
amendment for the 20%.
Okay, so you want it from 15 to 20?
Yeah.
Can't do it right now.
So you want to stay at the 15?
I just think we need to address it at the time of the sale.
All right, motion made and seconded. Any discussion?
Well, I went to the 20, but I was at the 15, so I have to look at my second person, see what he said.
I just think we should take, City Attorney Halleck's perspective and the stuff that we would address that at the point of sale. And I think that's a smart approach. So I guess I rescind.
I kind of trust Attorney Halleck, but I don't always trust the process, and that's why I'm not so willing, because we might get into a situation again that we have now, and we may not get anything. So I would rather at least have a number. Now, if we always wanted to increase it, we have that ability. So let's just stay with the 15%.
May I mention the Tiger Grant? Because
Yes.
there are people who have spoken about the Albemarle area, and the street is a state road, and we have permission from the state to put that road in our grant for the Tiger Grant. And so that's a $10 million program, and should we get that grant funding, then we will have some funds to start dressing up that area somewhere.
Okay.
All right. So any second on that motion?
You had the second for the 15% previously.
We did get a second for the 15?
Yeah, I mean, we did, but I think, we should readdress it at the time of the sale.
He's
Now, I was
withdrawing the
under the
second.
impression that originally that would be, from profit at first. So I think we need to readdress it.
So is there a second?
Time and sale.
That means you have to say you're withdrawing your second.
I am withdrawing my second.
Okay. Mr. Smiley?
You still have the motion.
The motion's on the floor. Do we have to have a second for the motion to move forward? Is there a
Yes.
second for the motion?
Second.
Ms. Glover has seconded. All right. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Nay. Motion fails. Mr. Smiley?
If there are no further questions, on no further motions, I'll call the original question.
Original question's been called, the original motion put forward by Mr. Smiley, which has been through debate. And Dave, at that point, we go straight to a vote?
Correct, and just
That
as,
item?
as a reminder, the motion with the amendment made by Mr. Mercer, which was including the funding for the
I
period.
didn't make the motion.
No, that's right, the motion was accepted. That motion was accepted by, as part of the initial motion. And then there also was the provision about the motor vehicle fee to be revisited after 2 years, too. That was
Right.
part of the motion.
Right. Okay.
Question is the vote.
So, the vote's right now, yes. All right. So, Ms. Glover, do you have a question?
I was just going too fast for me. There,
Can we just say what has been accepted as amendments to the motion? Because we had a number of motions. Carol, have you tracked that?
not sure I have everything.
Right. Just give me what amendments that we created.
And, well,
Dave, did you track that?
I kind of was composing a motion as we were going along with the minutes, with the amendments.
Okay. Dave, do you have that, or Mr. Smiley, anybody else?
Yeah, again, what you had was what was laid out on the sheet, then it added, agreed to be added to the motion was to include funding for the Imperial Tobacco Warehouse, utilizing fund balance only to fund that, and also for the motor vehicle fee tax to be revisited after 2 years. In other words, that would be placed for a 2-year period with an automatic provision that it would be reconsidered after the second year. And that's
And remove the D2 tag from the, I'm sorry. A modification also passed which would ask the police chief to determine where lights and cameras would go rather than assigning them specifically to a given district.
Correct. Yeah, the third one was what Ms. Glover, I guess her suggestion that chief would decide where those go. Right. Right. Okay.
I have faith in the police officers because they know where the cameras need to be, and
okay.
The chief knows where the cameras need to be as well because the other one's so successful.
So, all in favor of that motion, please indicate by raise of hand.
Repeat it one more time.
The original motion.
Okay, original motion as was put out on the sheet made by Councilmember Smiley, with the provision that included within the budget is the funding for the Imperial Tobacco Warehouse utilizing fund balance only, that the motor vehicle tax would be revisited after two years, so it will be for the next 2 fiscal years, and that you would remove the designation that the lighting be for District 2 only, that it would be as determined by the police department.
Yep. Okay. So all in favor of that motion, please indicate by raise of hand. Okay. Opposed? Raise of hand. So we have even, so I vote in the positive. So motion passes. All right. Next item.
Okay. That includes all of the budgets. Okay, next item is 15, presentations by boards and commissions, and that's the Neighborhood Advisory Board.
Good evening, Mayor Thomas and City Council members. Again, my name is Betty Hines, and I am the chairperson of the Neighborhood Advisory Board. And tonight, I will be presenting to you the 2015-16 annual report. We do have some neighborhood advisory members here tonight that I would like to recognize by asking them to stand. Thank you. The Neighborhood Advisory Board is committed to serving and building neighborhoods throughout our city. And our main goal is to increase citizen participation in neighborhood organizations. Now, NAB strives to work with diverse neighborhoods in our city. Our mission is to preserve and strengthen neighborhoods, again, throughout this city of Greenville. Our 2015-16 achievements are as follows. We hosted our 6th annual symposium, which the theme was using what you got to get what you want. We hosted Dr. Bill Rohe. He's UNC Chapel Hill Distinguished Professor of City and Regional Planning. We also increased our citizen and staff interaction. During the symposium, time was dedicated to allow citizens a chance to interact with city staff in different departments. We also recognize model neighborhoods, which we will present that later in the presentation. We also increase our public publicity through publishing a newspaper article about the keynote speaker in our Daily Reflector. We had excellent news coverage on WITN TV after the symposium, and we also had an editorial that was published. We supported and assisted in reactivating the Rock Spring Park Neighborhood Association and Shenandoah Village Homeowners Association. We also helped in organizing a new neighborhood association in Hillsdale. We also had the community participation from our board members. Several of our board members held a citywide spring cleanup, and also several of our board members also had the National Night Out event. We have worked with our community outreach, and we held a successful District 3 community meeting at Cypress Glen Retirement Center. We also, our outreach committee, completed their task by putting together welcome packets for new neighbors to introduce them to the neighborhood with information about our city and the neighborhood, as well as some good items in the packet. The homeowner and neighborhood association participation. We recognize two types of associations, one neighborhood associations as well as homeowner associations, and both are actively participating in NAB. And we're proud to say all of our quorums, we have quorums for every meeting. NAB has never had to cancel one meeting because not having a quorum. Our board members are very dedicated and committed to the job at hand and serving our community. Our community partnerships and collaborations, we collaborate with the ECU Department of Geography, Planning and Environment. They have assisted us with the last 6 symposiums that we've held, and the students who participated are to be commended for the hard work with the city posters displayed at our symposium. We collaborate and partner with the Greenville Police Department through the Community Policing Program. Police liaisons are assigned to every active homeowner and neighborhood association, and they attend our meetings and are available for the neighborhoods through telephone, via telephone or email. They work with the neighborhoods with their concerns. We also endorse the plastic bag resolution with the Environmental Advisory Commission. We held a successful joint meeting this year with the Police and Community Relations Committee. And also we continue to partner with the Uptown Greenville, which provides neighborhoods, homeowners, and neighborhood associations with trolley free rides to the Umbrella Market uptown. We have two board members who were appointed and serving on the City Horizon Plan. So again, we recognize model neighborhoods throughout our city. We recognize and give them for the dedication and hard work in their neighborhoods. Okay, we awarded during our symposium to Joyce Williams in Cambridge Neighborhood Association, received our Good Neighbor Award. We also had our Neighborhood Improvement Award, which was awarded to Patton Circle. Our recipients for the Neighborhood Excellent Award was for Rock Spring Park Neighborhood Association. The Neighborhood Safety Award went to the Medium Park Apartments. We had a new award, Good Landlord Award, and it went to Cass and Amber Wagent. Our Property Management Award was received by Katie Conway, Nathaniel Village. Okay, this concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Any thoughts from council?
Oh, I just thank you for the work that you do. The symposium you do every year gets bigger and better, and a lot of hard work goes into producing that event and all the other things you do. Thank you so much, and really, please relay that back to the full board.
Thank you.
How's it going with having police officers available and I guess working with some of the neighborhoods and coming to some of the meetings? Has that been a good experience? And
yeah, that's been an excellent experience for the neighborhoods, and especially we have one with my neighborhood in Greenbrier, and so we found that to be working very well, and I think that they're a big plus to having them to our meetings.
So rather than just having a blue light pass to your neighborhood every so often,
Yeah,
you have a person that you actually have a relationship with, I guess.
Yes, relationship, because they're there, they can answer questions and help direct you when you have issues or concern, to help you, direct you to the people that we need to talk to, or the departments we need to see in the city. So it's just really good to have them at the meetings.
Are there still some neighborhoods that are coming together that would like to have officer liaison as well?
Yes, we have about 62 organized neighborhoods, and again, each one of those neighborhoods could have a liaison, and we're working to ensure that each neighborhood do have a liaison assigned to them.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate it. Clay, you might support me on this, but we might want to take a couple minutes break. I mean, it's been several hours here, and Ms. Glover, you know, this lady's been through a lot, basically been bedridden for the past 3 months, and to have her here this night, I mean, I think we'd let her get a chance to go home and convalesce a little bit. So, can we take a couple minutes of break, Dave?
Do you want to do a motion to excuse Councilmember Glover from the meeting?
Motion to excuse Councilmember Glover.
Second.
Second, Ms. Smith. All in favor? Oppose? All right, she'll be excused. We'll take a quick 5 minutes. Everybody stretch. I'm telling them. All right, guys, let's get it. All right. We're back in session. Madam Manager, please proceed with the next item.
Next presentation is the Pitt Greenville Airport Authority, and we have Jerry Vickers and John Banks here this evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Mayor Pro Tem, staff. Thank you for having us over tonight. Before I start the presentation, I think you have those, is to y'all, most of y'all know Jerry's retiring this month, and I want to thank him for his assistance in the last 6 years I've been on the board. Done a great job. We've made a lot of progress in this time here. We've done a runway extension, built 20 T hangars, 2 corporate hangars, trying to increase the revenue of the airport for the city and county. He's done a great job guiding the former chairman, Wayne Holliman, and Don Taylor, and myself through the process. It's been a great learning experience for me, and the board's worked really well with Jerry. Candy's been a big part of some of our citizen meetings. We've had over 20 citizen and community meetings the last 6 years with the runway extension and other things we've had on the budget and agendas. I want to thank her and the rest of the board and the mayor for his participation. Jerry's been a great asset for the county and the city, and I would like to thank him personally for that. And that being said, he's going out in 2 weeks. Betty Stansberry's coming in. She's going to be the new executive director. She's formerly from Purdue University, the airport director there for 15 years. Prior to that, she was in Houston, Texas, working there as an administrator. And she brings a great asset with her of economic development, research development for Research Park. So she's got a lot of economic experience as well as experience running the airport. So I'd like to welcome her to the city and the county. She's very excited, and she's what she sees so far, she's loving Greenville. So that's a good thing. Well, it's, you know,
This is what all airport authority meetings are just like this. Every airport authority meeting.
You get education all the time. You gotta take the good and the bad and get a good education. Going to jump into this presentation. It's going to be quick and to the point. We have, wrong way, Jerry. Commercial Air Service Recruitment of Second Airline, Hangar Development Project, Capital Projects Overview, and PG Economic Impact. As y'all know, we have 4 current flights in and out of Greenville. We used to have 5. We have 3 jets and 1 turboprop. That's the status quo for the last 2 years. The recruitment of Second Airline, I know it's near and dear to everybody's heart. Even Councilman Mercer mentioned that a while ago to us. We are constantly working on the grant process. We have submitted our grant application this year in May. We've increased the grant amount from $500,000 to $750,000, and we still have participating from our local businesses and organizations in the process of pledging money for that to go along with that grant. It'll be announced in July, August timeframe where we receive that or not. And how many applications are in the area?
They've, DOT got 32 this year.
How many, 6 awarded?
There were 11 awards last year out of 50 applications. So the number of applicants have actually come down this year.
So we'll hopefully have a better chance of winning that grant. We switched the group that writes our grant this year to another group that has won more grants than the previous group. So we are hoping our success rate will be higher in that area. Next slide. There you go. One thing about the Pitt Greenville Airport, for people that travel, know Miss Candy travels quite a bit out of here. I've seen her in Charlotte changing planes before. We have no waiting line. That's been a big problem with TSA in the national airports, and we have a 5-minute wait line here. So,
none for me.
We don't wait.
Everybody's going through already when I get there.
There you go. So you need to step it up a little bit. So we have no waiting lines here. We have a good TSA group. They work very well with the airlines, and we're excited to have that service in Greenville. The corporate hangar construction, as you know, we made a commitment 2 years ago for the it was 2 years ago, for 2 corporate hangars we're building.
Corporate hangars,
$2 million, and we signed a lease in April 1st this year for one of those hangars with an aircraft value of $9 million for 3 years. This person that leased the hangar also upgraded $125,000 in upfits for the hangar. So it's been a good economic impact for the community for that. And the other hangar is not currently leased on a long-term lease, but we have 5 aircraft in there. So we are getting revenue off that. So it's increasing our tax base in the first hangar for the county, and hopefully long-term we have the second hangar leased for based aircraft here. Right now they're here on a temporary basis, but we hope that will increase to be a permanent thing where we can get more funds out of that. This is the typical business jet that we have. This particular jet is one of the temporary jets that's in the second hangar, and we hope that we can make some permanent residence out of this aircraft and 4 other ones in the near future. Sum up the current capital projects, the runway project for the last 3 years, runway 0220, we just finished that up, and it finished up in a good way with we're on time, pretty much, on budget. And the runway extension was for safety reasons only. It was not to bring bigger aircraft in. We had to have a runoff area that the FAA designated we had to have to keep commercial airline service here, and we extended it 670 feet. That was it. We had land purchases of 10 partials and tree removals for height variance for the approach to the runway. That was done in a very professional manner. Jerry and staff worked very well with the contractors to get that done. Once again, Candy helped us on some meetings, get the real word out there, what's really going on. And we also upgraded our security camera systems into the passenger area and other secure areas this year. Future capital projects. Runway 220, same one, we just extended the end of the threshold. We'll have light replacement in 2016 for the runway lighting. You have a better runway lighting. This is a capital project from the FAA. In 2017, we're going to repave that whole runway to give it a better weight, so the planes that come in will have more access as far as getting on the runway safely and not worried about the weight factors of the planes coming in or taking off. You want to have as much density as possible for safety of the aircraft. And in 2018 and 21, we have various capital improvement projects, taxiway improvements, other lighting improvements, and other things the FAA is going to give us grant money for. Direct cost, economic impact, y'all talk about it all the time. If you look at the bottom right number, $103 million is the economic impact the airport has in Greenville, in Pitt County. 2 years ago, it was like $93 million. So the airport does bring economic value, not let alone transportation, but it brings jobs at the airport and peripheral jobs outside the airport. So it's a big economic draw for the region, not only Greenville and Pitt County. Okay. Any questions? Mr. Mayor?
Questions? Well, first of all, thank you for your presentation, and welcome. Welcome to Greenville. It's glad to have your expertise here in the community. And did you want to say anything? Have you here with the community?
Okay, sure. It's been a long evening for you, so I will be brief. My background is I've been managing airports for 30 years. I'm an accredited airport executive. My degree is in aviation management. I'm a native of Colorado, but I've been in Indiana for the past 15 years running the Purdue University Airport. There's a lot of similarities between our 2 airports. And again, I have a strong interest in economic development, so I am really looking forward to partnering with you and with the county and with the community to be bringing jobs to this community. So,
yeah.
Any questions for me?
Just glad to have you on board. Ms. Smith?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say welcome aboard, and I look forward to working with you as I have with Jerry. And Jerry, I would like to say, if I don't see you between now and then, farewell, and it was nice working with you, and I appreciate your willingness and openness to accept the citizens wanting to come and talk about the area and the airport. And that's something that I was explained that hadn't happened for a number of years, and that's where a lot of the frustration came from. And you were a little hesitant. You was like, I don't know. I was like, let's try it. I got you. And, you know, we started with the first one, and from there, when you saw it wasn't so bad, everybody was, you know, willing to understand that you were new in the position. And so you were willing to work with them. You answered calls. You spoke with them about whatever questions and concerns. So that was really something that was appreciated by the community. So enjoy your retirement. Make sure you kick back and relax and not have to worry about any more trees being cut down or any extension of runways. But I do appreciate your willingness to work with District 1, especially in the area, because I'm looking at all the planes as they come by. That's how I can tell what time I need to be at the airport. So
she sees a plane coming in.
Yeah.
Expensive alarm clock.
I've seen her do the dash through the terminal. Yeah.
So thank you so much. And Betty, welcome. So I look forward to many years of being able to work with you. And if you have any questions, I'm pretty sure he's passed my number along. So please feel free to call me, because I do like to make sure that I coordinate with the citizens whenever there's anything that happens between the airport, and give them a warning of what's going on, so I can explain things as much as possible. And then when you guys come in, it's not as much concern, because they know what's happening and what's about to take place. So thank you so much for joining us here in Greenville.
Thank you. Mr. Goblin?
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, over the past, I guess, 45 days, I've had 4 different interactions at our airport. And, you know, me being a young age, I've had limited experience, and different times I've had to use it. But I just want to say there's 4 different times I have interacted with the airport. They've all been very pleasant. Staff has been very good. And I just want to say, you know, we might have a smaller airport, but at the end of the day, an airport is not you don't go to an airport to sightsee. You go there to get from point A to point B as safely and securely as possible, and to have a pleasant experience. And all 4 of those interactions has been a good, pleasant experience, and that's all you can hope and expect out of your airport. So keep it up. Thank you for all your service.
Do we have all the letters of support and that we need for this grant application with our congressional? Because Congressman Butterfield brought that up specifically at the end of last week when we met. He wanted to know what was the deal with the airport, and did he need to do anything?
His office has done very well providing support for that. We're still lacking a couple of letters we'd like to get.
There are a couple.
And I can
let me know.
I'll email you that.
Because as long as this process is open, we need to get everything we can in. And what I really have appreciated is Congressman Jones and Butterfield's interest in trying to provide more connectivity to this region. They understand if we lose that airport, what that would mean. They also understand if we can enhance that airport, what a huge advantage that would be.
It's on the, as you know, Alan, from the meetings, and Kenny's been to one. That's the topic every meeting.
Absolutely.
Jerry works on it full time, all the time. Every angle we possibly can get an airline in here of some kind, we work on it. It's never a sleeping dog. It's always a butt in front, ahead of everything.
And again, regardless of how the grant process goes, that's such an important strategic component. We may need to get more creative in how we try to approach this. As we
and the
talked
grant
about.
does not guarantee the airline.
That's right.
It's just another tool for us to enhance the airline
That's
to come
right.
here.
Right. Well, thank you, and Godspeed, Jerry. Thank you for your service. We're going to miss you, but we look forward to having Betty on board. Thank you.
Thank you.
And one
Yes,
more
ma'am.
thing. I noticed the addition with the check-in counters with the ticket agents that you could do them by yourself. I was like, wow,
Yeah.
they're stepping up in their game. The
Kiosk.
kiosk that you can go ahead and check in
We
without
want you to
having
have
to go to the
everything
counter.
possible. You're going to be late, so speed you up.
That's why I check in at home. Thank you.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Next item.
Police Community Relations Committee, Chair Diane Kula.
Diane, great to see you.
What?
Great to see you.
Oh, is it? I don't know. Well, anyway, first, can somebody, I don't know who, come over? I wanted to pass these out, but I can't get
Got a
there.
handout.
Whoever could take them. Okay. Let me see. Just a second. It's 2 sets. There. Thank you very much. Okay. City Council Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. I'm Diane Kulik. I guess we know that. I'm giving the annual Police Community Relations Report. Our members want to educate, engage, and listen to our residents in regard to the safety of our community and our residents. Every December, we have a business meeting where each PCRC member brings their idea for a topic in their voting district. Each member can suggest a subject, a speaker, and a location, and then we discuss all of that to see if it all fits. All of our meetings are on the second Tuesday of each month, and Rose isn't here, but I wanted to tell her welcome back, and she's our liaison. And thank you to Rose for her guidance and interest in PCRC. I would like to tell you about some of the meetings this last year. One was how the Greenville Police Department operates. Chief Deputy Sauls spoke about zone deployment, hotspot focusing, police, Comstop analysis, investigations, and how to interface with a police officer. I spoke about Neighborhood Watch. In September, we held a meeting on traffic safety and traffic timing. The head of traffic safety spoke about Sergeant Montaigne spoke about data-driven approach to crime and safety and pedestrian and bike safety, as well as bike safety motorcycle initiative. Then Rick DeCesar of Public Works explained about traffic signal timing and the worst intersections in Greenville. Questions ranged from the... You all look like you're doing something else. Should I go on or just stop?
Looking at it.
Okay. Oh, looking at it. Okay, good. Sorry. I was like, oh, Lord. Just
you
stop.
distracted us with data.
Okay, that's all right. That's good. You take it home and look at it, though. Anyway, on this traffic meeting, questions range from the 10th Street and Mid-Street crossings, which we all know are a problem, residents in motorized wheelchairs, and blind residents that have trouble crossing the street. The next meeting, which was absolutely fantastic, was over at ECU. It was called Chat with the Chiefs. We had Chief Lewis and our new Chief Holtzman, and they spoke about crime prevention tips, code enforcement, sexual assault, and pedestrian safety. And then also Dean Roeder spoke. Then it was opened up to the students who totally wanted to talk about 10th Street crossings. And so that became our big topic that night. And just to give you a hint, not only was every chair filled, standing room only, and kids out in the hall that couldn't even get in the room. So then we had a meeting at West Greenville, Jim Epps Recreation Center with Chief Holtzman, Deputy Chief Sauls, and Jermaine McNair, who were the speakers, about police accountability, partnerships, initiatives, forward thinking, and community policing. Another meeting was theft protection for your home and property on financial scams, and the meeting was very well attended with a lot of interaction, and it was at Arlington Boulevard Baptist Church. Detective Jeff Baxter of Financial Crimes Unit and Detective Verdon, who used to be Detective Cates, but she just got married. Anyway, they both spoke on covering phone scams, targeting seniors, home burglary, home protection, crimes of opportunity, security systems, safety at home with strangers. In other words, don't answer your door. Lots of people asked lots of questions, and it was very interactive. It was a really great meeting. Then, what should you do in an active shooting? In today's world, new education is needed. There were new threats in locations that we would have never worried about in the past. In my own family, our son Jeff was actually present in New York and witnessed the 9/11 terrorist attacks on the Trade Center. He was directly across the street and came down from the building he was in, and I talked to him on his phone, and you can't imagine in the street what I heard. So part of this is, or most of it is, that we all need a plan. We have plans to go shopping, plans for the holidays, plans for everything we do. Today lists all the different plans we have in life, but do each of you have a plan when you're in an airport or at some public place on what you're going to do? It really boils down to a rapid decision to do something in a hurry and not stay there. Just a minute, I have to turn the page. So part of what you should be mindful of is your escape routes, and remember, leave your belongings behind, it doesn't matter, and remember rapid response. then run, hide, fight, and call 911. The next part, you got the charts on. So there are charts, and there's also an explanation where you can go and look up a particular crime and then go over and see how it all fits together on the, okay. We had a very informative meeting on the judicial process determining charges, trial, and verdict. The speakers were District Attorney Kimberly Robb, the new Assistant District Attorney Jarrett Pittman, and Sergeant Joe Friday. And by the way, if you have not heard Jarrett Pittman speak, you're in for a treat. This man could end up being president someday. I was that impressed. I was blown away. Many people are involved in the entire process of the court, starting with the police arrest, then the investigation of the crime at the police level, which is many people for the investigation, then the district attorney staff, then all the jurors to decide who's guilty or not guilty, and then the judge, which uses the North Carolina sentencing charts. So we wanted to give a picture of the whole process, all the different people that are involved. And you have the sentencing charts to take home. Our last upcoming meeting is next Tuesday, June 14th, on domestic violence by partner or spouse, how to protect yourself and others. The speakers will be Judge Gwen Hilburn of the District Court, Detective Sonia Cates, which is Verdon. I didn't change that one. And Greenville Police, Christine Cliff, who is with the Victims Advocacy with the police. It will cover recognizing signs of domestic violence and protection and resources for the victims and the court system. And then even though there aren't many police left here too, wanted to say our police are absolutely incredible. Hardworking, they go out every day to protect us, not knowing what's going to happen or what they're going to face. Just an incredible group of people, and they've always been so good to me, and just respectful, and I appreciate them so much. And thank you to Sergeant Dale Mills, my past liaison, and then thank you to Joe Friday, who is our current police liaison, and our secretary, Sylvia Horn, who does a great job. And also thank you to all the PCR members that are engaged and really believe in what we're doing. Then one more little paragraph. The more educated and engaged and involved in safety our citizens are, the safer our community will be. We all need to be part of the team. Community policing, neighborhood watch should be part of every neighborhood in Greenville. It's really easy to accomplish. There should be no more sitting back and saying someone else needs to do something about our crime. We all need to step up and be part. And remember, see something, say something. High crime affects the quality of living of all of our residents. It also affects economic development.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Diane.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Sorry Rose couldn't stick around, but...
No, totally. Anyway, I'm glad she's doing better. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next item is the reimbursement resolution for the city's street and pedestrian transportation improvement bond funds. Ms. Demery. Chair.
Item 16.
Good evening. Sorry about that. Item 16 is, you're very familiar with this. The citizens overwhelmingly approved this bond issue, and this reimbursement resolution would give us the opportunity to start doing some work on some of those transportation improvement projects. So we recommend that you approve the reimbursement resolution for street and pedestrian transportation improvement bonds.
Questions for Mr. Dimmer?
So moved.
Motion made, Mr. Smiley, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded, Mr. Mercer. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Reimbursement resolution for the proposed Greenville Public Safety Annex Installment Financing Agreement.
This resolution would allow us to make an initial deposit on a purchase of property for a public safety annex building. And this will be the building and some minimal improvements to the building for $1.5 million. We recommend that you approve the reimbursement resolution, not to exceed.
Not to exceed 1.5.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, that sounds better.
So moved.
Motion, Mr. Smiley, seconded. Mr. Mercer, any discussion? Mr. Conley?
So I know the purchase was $1.3 million, and some of it's, I think, for closing costs and whatever general cost is to, I guess, do the transfer. Do we have a projected amount of how much it's going to cost to upfit the building?
So the difference, any other cost would be in that $200,000.
Is that, I mean,
so all of that includes.
Are we sure it's
everything.
going to be able to be in that amount?
That was that was the estimate that we could put at this time.
Yeah, we're still working through the discovery of what upfit costs will be, but we believe it can be within that amount. But
okay.
We'll have a firm number in the very near future.
Okay.
Motion second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Item carries. Thank you, Ms. Dimmer. 18.
Presentation of the Neighborhood Pride Program, Chief Holtzman and Tiana Keith, Neighborhood Ombudsman.
Chief, saw you today.
Yes, sir.
Hanging out with a bunch of 8-year-olds.
Yeah, in the neighborhood.
Well, actually at school, at Wintergreen.
Making way too much noise.
All right.
We'll put that down there. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm going to introduce Tiana Keith and Sergeant Mike Broadwell with our department, and of course Tiana's with community development. This is a community policing project that I wanted to do since I got here, and been talking to the manager about, and it's something I didn't want to go alone at, and so that's why you'll see community development here today. And I think when they get done with the presentation, you'll understand why. Community policing is really all about pulling the community together, and in this sense, we're starting with our own community, meaning all of the departments. So the manager supported us in sort of putting the call out to all the department heads that we're going to be asking for help. This is a focused program in specific neighborhoods, and as they'll lay the plan out to you, our plan is to move around to 3 different zones around the city, and picking one neighborhood at a time, identifying the issues, and then moving on. It sort of works hand in hand with our policing requests that we had. So I can't really talk about one without the other. We're launching this program now. We've already launched it with the staff that we have. The issue will be, as it moves on to the next neighborhood, having those police officers, additional police officers on foot walking in those neighborhoods to maintain the ground that we've gained as we move the project around the city. And so that's sort of, I want you to keep that in mind while we're talking about doing this. So without further ado, Tiana and Sergeant Mike Broadwell.
Thank you.
Good evening. All right. As the chief mentioned, as part of the community policing strategy and efforts to maintain quality neighborhoods, the police department and community development are working together to lead a joint initiative called the Neighborhood Pride Program. So what we've decided to do is utilize resources, dedicate resources rather, to identified neighborhoods and receive multi-sector interdepartmental support for a side-by-side improvement effort. So to ensure sustainability, community resources will be explored, and officer assignments will remain in these neighborhoods after several months of focused attention. All right, and just in a nutshell, the process We have started. We're definitely in the early stages, but we have had some initial meetings with stakeholders. That's residents, neighborhood associations, community organizations in the area, and then are looking to build a specialized team to address community concerns. These teams will look different for each neighborhood. That consists of the law enforcement community, city staff, and other community organizations and partners, and then moving into neighborhood outreach, which includes various means of input and engagement and improvement efforts.
Thanks, Tiana. Some of our primary target neighborhoods that we're going to start with include the West Point area, Sterling Point area, Kristen Drive area. What our plan is to go into these areas for 2 to 3 months and really hit those, whatever issues are going on in those neighborhoods, hit them really hard, and push on to the next neighborhood. And as the chief said, we'll follow up with officers to backfill to continue the progress that we've made. The additional efforts that we're going to look at is going to be the River Bluff neighborhood, Verdant, and then we'll continue on as this process moves forward. This is just a look at the map of the first 3 that we've proposed, which is West Point. You'll see that in the west zone or west side of the city. Then you've got Kristen Drive, which is in the southwest, and then Sterling Point, which is in the farther southwest. So just our current activities, we have started what I just considered our soft entry into West Point. We had an initial stakeholder meeting where we talked to some property owners, some property management, and some of our HOA people. We all met, Tiana's with us, and we probably had 15 people in the meeting. We just discussed our overall goals for the community and got some feedback from them. We look to strengthen the neighborhood associations. Those are so important, having those people on our team to help us move forward in the neighborhood. We are forming those specialized teams, specifically in West Point. I'm using our couple of officers from Center City, a couple from our tactical unit. We're going to use our community officer this summer, which is one of our new positions, and our school resource officers to help with some of our juvenile problems in the neighborhood. We're looking to possibly implement some type of satellite POW program in the neighborhood just for the summer in West Point. We're going to use I want to use my SROs to really reach out to the kids in that neighborhood, see if we can do some programming with them and just build some relationships with them. And we're planning on doing some additional improvements, lights, cameras, beautification in general of the neighborhood to make it more attractive. In Sterling Point, we've already planning some stakeholder meetings, so we're not only just working on West Point, but we're also looking forward. And then Kristen Drive area also, we have Lieutenant Curtis there. She's already been meeting with property owners, been walking the area, and just laying groundwork from when we go in there. So we've always got something in addition to what we're working on now.
I think that's the last one.
That's it. Okay, I got one more thing.
Okay.
Sorry. This initiative is going to be instrumental to reducing crimes in our high crime areas. These additional officers that the chief had talked about, this is going to be important to backfill, because what we don't want to do is fix a neighborhood or get it going in the right direction, leave, and it go back downhill. So we're going to have to continue those efforts after we pull our main folks out. We're going to have to continue with people after that. And just a little update in West Point, we've been in there for 1 week. In that 1 week, some of our accomplishments, we've worked with code enforcement to tag and work on broken down vehicles with broken windows, flat tires, unregistered, just general eyesores that are code violations. So the code enforcement officer's been working with our officers to address those issues. I've worked with a property manager already on lease agreements. We had one gentleman arrested 3 nights in a row in that community. And as soon as I found out, I called the property manager. I said, this is completely unacceptable. Why is he not evicted? And he said, well, I'm having problems evicting. I said, well, obviously your leases are not written properly. And so we've reached out to some of our apartment complexes that have well-written leases. And we're sharing that information, so we're trying to educate these landlords as well. And then last is just general intel sharing with within Greenville Police Department has already led to an arrest of an armed subject last Thursday night with an AR-style rifle that was possibly trying to sell in the community. So those, in just 1 week, we've already made that many gains. So we're going to continue to push forward through these next couple months.
And lastly, one thing that I find that in order to get neighborhoods together, to get residents from a neighborhood together, you either need something really, really good or really, really bad. And so we're kind of building on that, the common concern for safety in the neighborhood and the excitement behind having those boots on the ground, you know, having that police presence to strengthen and reorganize the neighborhood associations that are there, or to get them started. We are working with utilizing neighborhood champions and NAB members to have a mentoring of sorts for the associations and officers to make sure that they know how to effectively operate their neighborhood association and get the work done, to keep things moving, and identifying projects and resources. So, yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Of course, I have questions because that's my area, and I've already been working in West Point to make sure we have the bookmobile and to make sure we have the park now so they can have something to do. But when we say focused attention, can you talk more about the focused attention? And I guess for you, Mr. Broadwell, the PAL program, satellite PAL program, how soon do you expect that to start in the West Point area?
Let me lead off with the focused attention. You know, all the zones in Greenville, you know, you have routine patrols, you have officers responding to calls for service, and you have watch or zone commanders that kind of give overall attention to those neighborhoods. But that's going to be, it's not going to be constant. You're going to have officers in and out of the neighborhoods. With this program, we're going to have anywhere from 2 to 4 plus officers in there daily if possible. So Monday through Friday, I've got Center City officers in there. When they're not working, I have TAC officers. And then this summer, I'm going to have school resource officers. So it's a lot more intentional and a lot more focused.
And will they be introducing themselves to people, or will they be going in and just patting people down? Because that gives me more problems of people saying they're being targeted.
Yeah.
And so if I'm building community policing, I want them to get to know the police officers. I don't want them to feel like there's a threat because the police officer's there. And that's when we get to the point of the community assisting the police, when they feel like they're being welcome and treated as respectful individuals. So what's the plan for the police officers who are going to be there, the 4? Are they knocking on doors? Are they talking to people? Are they meeting the kids when they get off the bus? Like, how do we start that process? Because we want to build that trust that's been deteriorated for quite some time.
Yes, ma'am, I agree that we're going to have a multi-step approach. We're going to start off, I called it our soft entry this past couple of weeks. Officers are just in the area seeing what's going on. As soon as school's out next week, we're planning a big kickoff. We want to come in with our mobile command bus, have a presence there, a visual presence. We're going to try to do something to bring the community out, whether it's having the slushy mobile come in, maybe some hot dogs from Sub Dogs. We're going to do something to have kind of a kickoff. And during that time, we want to do surveys with the community. We're going to have some survey cards made. We're going to have yard signs put out with our initiative, our phone number, our contact information. So we're going to reach out, really get the buy-in from the community to hopefully start building those relationships. Then on top of that, we're going to have pretty intentional things for the kids to reach out to the youth, because there's a lot of youth in that neighborhood specifically. So we recognize that, and that's something that we're going to focus on. Hopefully through those surveys, we can really see what does the community want and what can we provide for them.
Okay. Well, I'll be watching, because I have no choice. They call me all the time and let me know everything, especially Margaret. So I'm just very interested to see, what happens. And, of course, I do everything I can to be of assistance, because there are a lot of youth, and I don't think people realize how dense that area was until we had that murder. Then everybody was like, oh, my gosh. So that's why we had to fight for something for the youth to do, such as the upcoming park that we don't know how long it's going to take to build, but it's funded. So
that is a good point about common areas. I know, like Kristen Drive in that area, I mean, you've got some little postage stamp, little play area, but what's your thoughts about trying to create more common space that we can keep well lit and try to maintain? I mean, that's something we need to be planning for. I mean, I don't care where you are. If you're cooped up and caged up, you need to be able to have productive areas. So are we looking into some of that for Kristen Drive? And that's one of the things that I think really stood out.
Yeah, that's right. That's why it has to be a community approach. It has to be across all departments and involve community partners. Having a small thing like a pocket, I call them pocket parks,
Right.
there at Kristen Drive, that's helpful. But then you have, what do you do with the older kids? Because they're right up there on top of the smaller kids that are under 10 playing on that equipment. We're not allowed to have a basketball hoop in that other space that's there, and nobody wants a basketball hoop near them. Yet you have teenagers out there, and what are they going to do all day? Other areas like Sterling Point, the problem is there's absolutely nothing out there. There's very little sidewalk even for kids to even ride their bikes. So the complaints are typically kids are playing ball in the street with the portable basketball hoops. They'll roll them out there, and then that becomes a nuisance. And the last thing we want to do is make criminals out of kids trying to play. So that is absolutely going to be a part of our plan, and probably a contentious part a little bit. But I appreciate you bringing that idea up.
Well, the reason I bring it up is I've heard some communities do something they call like park mobility, where they'll take a lot of features that are movable, and maybe every so often they literally set up a park, in a parking area or something, kind of move it around the different communities that don't have anything, and just try to see what kind of buy-in you could get from the who comes out to get to know each other.
That's right.
It's like,
and that's the goal of a park really, is to get people
community,
interacting,
create a sense of community.
Create a sense of community. All you have to do is look at successful developments that have parks, developments that have community centers, a building for them to go in when the weather's not great outside, and just to hang out. And then you start getting that intergenerational mix. As long as you can keep a gang element out and keep it nice and safe, that can sense of community can grow.
And then they start to look forward to that. So do you start having more conversations? When are you coming back? When is, we're going to bring something new? And it just kind of, anyway.
Right.
There's some interesting things that I know Miami and some other places are doing.
Sure. The whole idea of the Pride Initiative is that we want kids to be proud of where they live.
Absolutely.
And not, you live on that street. And I do want to mention with Tiana up here, with our very first meeting, she says, what we should do is we should do a survey and find out what the people want. I mean, she gets community policing. I don't even have to tell her how it works. And that's exactly it. And what Mike Broadwell didn't tell you is that his phone's been ringing constantly for the last week, and I know he told me today he was on the phone with somebody for 45 minutes down at West Point just talking about issues that are going on. So the community is ready; they're willing to work with us, and it's kind of it'll be a good project for us.
Great. One more question: as far as I know we have a lot of new police officers, because that's been brought to my attention by people in the community. So if we have new police officers who might be in some of these areas, are we making sure they go through the training, because they need diversity training to make sure they know how to mix with different people? So are we still making sure they go through those processes before they go into the community and start knocking on doors, or how are we dealing with that?
Sure, that's part of their onboarding process with us, that field training that they go out. And also, I know the managers made an initiative to continue the fair and impartial policing training throughout the department. So we're looking next year to train the trainers, so we can even have more of that available in-house and teach that on a real regular basis. It's going to take several times till that becomes our regular vernacular that we get over and over again on what we're saying. The body-worn cameras also have to be another one of those things that's thrown in there. We're getting a lot of good feedback on that. We're seeing our complaints have dropped 30-40% just by the use of the body cameras that we do have out there. So when we get to full implementation later on, hopefully this summer, we'll be set.
Okay. Well, that's why I pushed it.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
Is our federal funds, is that all, are we kind of getting down the path on that now?
I think the answer is we're close. We've been in constant contact with them every week. They wanted a little bit of information back. We've answered that. We're waiting on a response. So I hope
and also the judicial policies changed too, right? The federal, haven't they gone back to?
It has gone back to the way it was before. So those rules have relaxed, and then you're referring to the internal audit that we just completed. Yep. They had a secondary response, and we answered that. So we're waiting on a final back from them.
Great. So there's a light in the tunnel.
There is.
Thank you.
There is.
Thank you.
One more question. Sometime in the future, and not now, could you possibly bring a map to be placed on the council camera so we can see the 3 different zones, so people can know what they look like?
I sure can, and they're actually, I just checked, they're on our website.
Okay.
If you look under crime stats on our website, there's a map that shows where those 3 zones are.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Really looking forward to this. You're already doing it, so we look forward to continued implementation. Thank you. Next item.
Cops hiring grant application for the police department. Chief Olson.
All right, here we go. The last one has been talked about tonight quite a bit by council during the budget session, and that is our application for 4 additional police officers through the Cops Hiring Grant. This grant has been successful for us in the past. It's what got us our 4 gun violence reduction officers that are just now getting on the street. It takes a while to get replacements brought up, but our strength went from 184 to 188 with that last Cops Hiring Grant. So we're looking to go from 188 to 192 with this grant. And that's the funding that was placed in the budget is to pay for our portion of the match as this goes through. So the council has the document, you have the numbers in front of you. But just the highlights, it's a 4-year grant, 3 years of it are matched up to $125,000 per officer over the total 3 years. The 4th year is a retention year for us. That's all on us, and we have to hold those officers for that 4th year. And after that, it's up to council what you do with them. Keep those positions, or if budget restrains, you can reduce. But for that period of time, we do have to maintain that 192 level if we are to get this grant. These officers, what are we going to do with them? They'll be working in the neighborhoods. They'll be supporting that initiative that we just talked about. My goal in my initial budget presentation was to get up to 6 officers if I could this year. But essentially what these 4 officers will do is they'll work in pairs in different zones around the city, supporting our neighborhoods, working in tougher neighborhoods. As this project we just talked about, Neighborhood Pride, moves from West Point to the next one to Christian Drive, then these officers will sort of backfill that project and maintain the work that we've done there. They'll also be used in different areas around the city, but essentially you're looking at foot patrolmen working in real close contact with our neighborhoods, not answering general calls for service. They'll only be available for emergencies. They're really just going to be out on foot working in the communities.
Good deal. We've had success with the COPS grants. Is there a shelf life on when you have to implement?
There isn't. You just have to make constant progress for it. So the last one was awarded to us right after I got here around October, and it took about 6 months to get that fully implemented.
Right.
So you have to hire the positions to backfill the officers on the street, and that takes about a 4 to 5 month field training process, and then gives us about a month to hire them. So it's in police speak, that's pretty quick.
Okay.
So if we were to get this grant, it would get awarded in the neighborhood of October, and we'd be looking at early spring getting the positions out.
Good deal. Thank you. All right. Thanks. Now we go to the consent agenda items.
You need action on that, Mayor?
Do we need action for the yeah, we do for COPS grants. Is there a motion to move forward with the COPS grants? So moved. Mr. Gowley, is there a second? Mr. Smiley? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Or go blue. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we go to the consent agenda items that were moved to this part of the agenda. What, A, B, C, and D, whatever those used to be. 4, 5, 10, 13. PJ, did you pull those? Mm-hmm. All right, fire away.
Number 4, I just want to get a little bit more information on, I guess we're changing a pay grade. I just kind of wanted to know just a little bit more information about it.
Yeah, sure. With the transfer of code enforcement back to the Community Development Department, the supervisor of the section's position was re-reviewed because now parking and animal control are not part of the responsibilities of that position. So it was reviewed, and the consultant recommended a pay grade of 115 versus the 117 where the previous position was classified due to parking control and animal control being part of the duties of the position.
Since it's if I remember correct, it's a new person in that position, so they're probably not going to get a salary. I guess it's not going to go down. Their salary's not going to go down.
Well, right now we have an interim, and what would happen if that person is selected for the position? They would, in accordance with the personnel policies, be placed in the pay grade or be eligible for a 5% increase.
Okay. Okay. That's all I had.
Okay.
That was easy.
Okay. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Move to approve. Mr. Smiley, is there a second?
Can I second my own motion?
Sure.
Second.
Mr. Conley, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next item, number 5. Golden Leaf.
You don't have to even, I just want to mention, this is another kind of debacle. If anything else, we entered into a contract with a company in April of 2015, and they stopped operating in the fall of 2015. Fortunately enough, we had a need at the university for them to go ahead and use that piece of equipment. But I mean, this just kind of goes into another thing where we made an investment into a company that didn't even operate for half of a year.
Yeah, and I think we had good backstops that
Did this cost us a dime?
It didn't. We had a
Not a dime.
Golden
Okay.
Leaf grant, and Golden
Thank
Leaf paid for it.
I guess I'm done.
All right. Is there a move for approve? Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Number 10.
All right, number 10.
I just wanted, this was before the budget. I addressed this during the budget, but I'll read it again. It's from paragraph 7, the financial policy guideline that's going to be sent to the 2 agencies that are going to be rating us for a bond. And I'll read it again. The city shall endeavor to reduce its reliance on property tax revenues by revenue diversification, implementation of user fees, and economic development. The city shall also strive to minimize the property tax burden on Greenville citizens. That's all I have.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 13.
My issue is I would like some more information on item K.
Item K. Is this a Bernita item?
The Trillium
Mhm.
grant.
Mm-hmm.
We added $250,000 because the department was starting to do some fundraising for some of the additional items that were presented to City Council in May. And so that way, if they do the fundraising, then we wouldn't have to use city dollars. But without the budget, we couldn't even spend anything toward the project. For example, they started with $250,000 worth of additional items that they wanted and presented that to City Council. And GUC funded the first $45,000 of that. So it's really $205,000 left. So this budget is set up so that they can design the project so that if fundraising does come in, that the city would be able to start the project with those items in it.
So
or design the project with those items.
I guess we're adding another $250,000 into a $750,000 park. So it's now $1 million park.
Yes.
I just don't get it. I mean, I don't understand. I took my daughter 2 weekends ago down to Emerald Isle, and she played on the Trillium Park down there, and we haven't even broke ground yet. I don't understand why we're going to add another $250,000, and the park down there had $250,000, and then they raised $60,000 more. Why are we adding $250,000 to a park that we haven't even broke ground with? Nothing started. I just don't understand that.
Mr. Fenton?
The fact that nothing has started yet is one of the reasons that we have to pinpoint the amount of money that we have to spend before we start. All those things need to be pinned down. And in the presentation we gave to council, I don't know, a month ago or 3 weeks ago, we talked about the items that could not be achieved through the $750,000. And at that point, there was a proposal then by council, a recommendation to look at internally and to also look externally. And I've got a few more comments tonight that I'm going to give under the city manager's report that tells you where we are with that process.
I mean, maybe I'm the only one up here that thinks it, but I think it's just utterly ridiculous that here we are. We're just throwing money into the park. It's $1 million now. I mean, I don't understand that.
Well, it's $1 million playground, and as we've talked with our contractors, that is not an unusual expenditure for a major playground in a city. We are very fortunate that obviously 3/4 of that amount of money is coming from outside city tax dollars, and we're blessed to have that. Came to council and we talked about the other items that we would like to include. We think it's kind of a first major step towards a very special town common. And it is a accessible playground. It'll be the best in the city, and it's in the right place for that.
But I mean, it's a grant. I mean, now all of a sudden we've taken taxpayer funds that we're going to allocate towards the park. When I mean, we got more than almost any other community, and we haven't even started it.
Well, the fact that we haven't started it, I know that concerns you a great deal. It concerns me as well, except that I know that we're looking at a project here, Councilman, that is going to be in the city long after I'm dead. And it's like something like, if we're going to do it, can we do it right? And we're going to try to do it right. If we can't come up with all the money that we need to do it, then we can't. But in the meantime, we're going to try.
And you're reaching out, trying to raise some private sector dollars, right? Is that what you're going to talk about here in a little bit?
That's correct.
Because you know that's my thing. But all right, so we'll, I guess, look forward to that. Anything else on this item?
Well, one question. So if we're trying to raise private dollars, will the fact that the city decided to give $250 take away from people wanting to give money? Like if we had done that before GUC decided to help us, would they not have?
No, because
go ahead.
You want me to say, we're appropriating fund balance, and we have an option to not spend the money. And the idea is that they can't design a project or spend anything if there isn't a budget appropriation for it in the project. So they couldn't design $1 million project if the budget was only $750,000 that we were estimating that we would spend out of that. Of that, though, we're estimating that $250,000 of that is going to come from donations. Hopefully, it won't have to be backed by city tax dollars.
And those are the 3 projects that was taken out? The exercise?
Oh, there's more than that.
The zip line?
It was a longer list than that.
Right, there's about 8 or 9 pieces of it that are in that $250,000.
So it's not just those pieces that we talked about that was taken out last time, like the zip line, the exercise?
Yeah, the zip line is one, the exercise area is another, the playground misters were another, the water feature.
So it's more that's added into this one?
It's the things that were presented in May.
But I'm saying that those things that had to be taken out.
Right.
Because that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's right.
Okay.
Scott?
Yeah, so estimated, what is the new deadline? I know the original deadline was June 30th, I believe. So I think the previous, like you said a couple weeks ago when we talked about this last, is it now September the 30th?
That's correct.
Is that still your estimated deadline?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think we really need to make sure we're taking conscious efforts to make sure it's done by September 30th. I mean, that's an additional 3 or 4 months to do that. That is September 30th is moving into fall. We're already our citizens of Greenville who want to take their families down here and experience the Tar River, experience Town Common. They were looking forward to it. I spoke to a lot of people, hyped this playground myself to families, and they couldn't wait for it. And I know it's disappointing for that. And we really got to start hurrying up. It's almost June 30th. That's when the project was supposed to be done, and we're still talking about this in the beginning of funding. I know what you're about to say too.
No,
you're about to say that your planning department is very small, and Lamarca Morrison does a fantastic job. But we really have to start moving forward with this. The citizens of Greenville are upset that they can't do it this time around. Trillium also expected this to be done by June 30th. We got to get it done.
Small question.
Yes, sir.
Are we able to, over time, continue to, as a components, to add features to this park?
If we plan that, that's a possibility. Obviously, if you may have to create a surface for that particular element that wasn't put in to begin with. You have to have a place for it.
There are a few of those components I know that we probably don't have the ability to go with now, but maybe at a later date we can continue to enhance that park. So,
I mean, that's another option.
Yeah. All right. Is there a vote?
Move to approve.
Move to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
Nay.
carries. All right. Review of June 16th.
June 16th agenda, we have special recognitions, and then we have the appointments, and I'll go through the appointments. Board of Adjustment, Councilmember Godley.
Pass. Or continue. Yeah, let's do that.
Community Appearance Commission, Councilmember Godley.
Yeah, I'd like to move that I think I have two on this one right here. Ryan Naziri and Jonathan Taft to both these commissions.
Greenville Bicycle and Pedestrian Commission, Councilmember Mercer.
Chad, Carl.
Greenville Utilities Commission, Council, okay, there are two automatic reappointments, so I don't think we have to vote on those. And then Councilmember Glover's been excused. Housing Authority, Councilmember Godley.
Yeah, Gwen Green.
Human Relations Council, it's also Councilmember Glover. Pitt Greenville Airport Authority, Councilmember Mercer.
Continue.
Pitt Green, okay, that's Councilmember Glover. Planning and Zoning Commission, Councilmember Conley.
Continue.
Police Community Relations Committee, Councilmember Godley.
Greg Rubel.
Okay. Recreation and Parks Commission, Councilmember Smiley.
Continue.
And Councilmember Godley.
Mike Sad.
Okay. Youth Council, Councilmember Mercer.
Excuse me, can I go back to the airport? Because I did talk to Buddy Zincon, and he doesn't want to be reappointed, so that's who I'll reappoint. Continue on the Youth Council.
And on the Greenville Utilities, those automatic appointments, you will vote on that at your next meeting. The way the policy is, it's automatic. The way the charter is, it's automatic appointment unless council initiates the replacement process. Yes.
Any more?
Okay, consent agenda, reimbursement resolution for financing Greenville Utility Commission's capital projects, and a reimbursement resolution for Greenville Utility Commission's vehicles and heavy equipment purchases through installment financing. The public hearings. The first one is an ordinance to annex Springshire Retirement LLC involving 126 acres located on the northeastern side of NC Highway 43 North and 1,000 feet west of Martin Luther King Jr. Highway. The next one is an ordinance to annex William E. Dancy Jr. Heirs Lot 8 involving 3.7 acres located at the northeastern corner of the intersection of East Arlington Boulevard and Hyde Drive. The next one is an ordinance requested by Porter's Crossing Residential LLC to rezone 2 acres located at the intersection of Dickinson Avenue and Spring Creek Road from office residential high-density multifamily to commercial general. And this number 7 is an amendment to Economic Development Agreement for the Boundary Project. And number 8 is a resolution authorizing an application to the Federal Transit Administration for a Section 5307 grant for federal operating capital and capital assistance for the Greenville Area Transit for fiscal year 2016-2017. Other items of business include the ordinances for the budget adoptions for the city, the library, the convention center, and GUC. And then lastly, an outdoor recreation legacy partnership grant application for Greenfield Terrace Park expansion. And that is your agenda for
All right, next
June
item.
16.
The meeting dates for Katie's birthday.
Okay, next one. Okay, council schedule. We're requesting to add a workshop in August to discuss the watershed master plans. As you recall, we have spent a considerable amount of time and effort in defining all of the watersheds in the community and developing master plans. And the consultants are about ready to report back. So I'm requesting approval to work with you in scheduling a workshop in August. And then secondly, we have a conflict with one of our council members, council meetings for the Thursday, October 13th meeting. We have a conflict, and so we're asking for some guidance in whether or not you would want to cancel that meeting or move it to either October 17th or October 20th.
17th, you know it ain't going on 20. Yeah.
The 17th is Monday, which basically is the following Monday. Any other conflicts anyone can?
I move that we have it on October the 17th.
Okay. It's on that Thursday. So we're good. We're good. Okay, is there a second? All right. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, and also the workshop.
With regard to the workshop, are you strongly opposed to having it on one of the regular council meetings?
My understanding is going to be somewhat involved because they're going to be dealing with a number of the basins and an elongated discussion.
We talking 4 hours or? Not
Whatever
unusual
works
for this
for you.
council to have a couple hour long agenda item.
What date is August?
True.
Just trying to get out of another meeting.
Well, I think it's going to be different than just presentation. Is it also going to be interactive somewhere?
Sure, a little back and forth on what's been done. This is been 18 months in the making, and it's you know, the sort of the master plan of our infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure for the next 20 years. So I think it will be potentially several hours.
Okay.
We could do August 22nd or August 25th. That's a Monday and a Thursday.
Sounds good to me.
Say those dates again.
August 22nd and August 25th. That's a Monday and a Thursday.
Any discussion on that?
I move for Thursday, August 25th.
Second.
No, just a question. So we still have the August the 8th and the August 11th council meeting, correct? So that means we would.
No, not August 8th. It's August 15 and 18, I think.
Yeah.
Oh. So it's the 15th and 18th and not the 8th and the 11th?
That's what I show.
There is no 8 and 11.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
would
So you're
agree.
adding the 25th? So did we get a second on that?
Yeah, and time and location, 6 o'clock, room 337.
Sure.
So moved.
All right. Second?
6 o'clock, is that what you said?
6.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
So August the 25th at 6 o'clock in upstairs.
337. Next item.
The next item is the Trillium Playground.
I'll just have this discussion.
Thank you. Good evening again. Mayor Thomas, Mayor Pro Tem Smith, council members. Again, you're all aware of the Trillium project. We were just talking about it. We've been working on it, and we faced some financial challenges to fitting all the recommended elements into the existing budget. We talked about that last month, and to address this issue, it was suggested that we look into whether outside sponsorship might be secured for some of the unbudgeted elements, and investigating whether funds from the city's unappropriated fund balance might be dedicated to some of them as well. I think that's a good combination that will ultimately make the Trillium project even more impactful than it would be otherwise, and we want to update you on the steps that are underway. What you see that's being passed around this evening is a packet of the included elements and the desired but unbudgeted elements that are within the project. This is the information I shared with you at the previous council meeting. There's nothing changed about those particular elements. What we did this is to create a sponsorship opportunities, a menu of those opportunities associated with the project, and to distribute those as we see fit. One sponsor has already stepped forward. You heard that GUC has agreed to fund one of the playground elements. In this case, it's the 5 water mister poles and a meandering trail of a rubberized surface in the park, a $45,000 project. In addition, I have completed a letter of intent to the Vidant Foundation, We spoke with them, the city manager and I did just recently, a grant for the Healthbeat exercise equipment. And I am sending the packets that you see before you to various areas of business and churches. Some of them have already gone out. I will follow up with phone calls to all of those entities. We would be happy to provide these packets to any business or organization that might like to consider whether they might want to sponsor a particular element. It's possible for a more than one organization to sponsor a single element. The remaining elements cost between $9,000 and $36,000. If you have any further questions, I'll try to answer them for you.
Skyler?
I know that GUC made a kind donation of $45,000 to fund an element of my email memory serves me right. Is there, who have you reached out to specifically besides them? I'm just kind of curious.
Well, so far, I mean, the list is growing, but
No doubt.
and we're sending things out daily. We sent some out today, mostly to banks. We're sending some churches and some nonprofits, but we're ready for any kind of suggestions for additional businesses in a community or nonprofits.
Okay.
Okay. So this is basically an update.
Just about.
All right.
If you would like any more copies of the two documents, I have a cover letter that goes with them. Just let me know, please.
Sure. Thank you. All right. Next item. Comments, Mayor and Council. Ms. Smiley.
No comment.
Ms. Mercer.
No comment.
Ms. Conley.
Just want to urge everybody to go out and make sure you vote tomorrow. Tomorrow there's a congressional election as well as the state Supreme Court. It's very important that you voice your opinion because, as you can see, real life scenarios happen every day and you elect officials to make decisions. And I urge you to go out and vote and take advantage of that.
So true. Mr. Conley.
Yeah, just piggybacking off what Councilmember Conley had to say. Good discussion tonight. We need to have these discussions, especially when it comes to the budget. People might get passionate about it, but it's necessary because this is a lot of money we're talking about on the line. And, citizens of Greenville expect us to have open conversations, and that is that. Thank you.
Ms. Smith.
I ditto elections tomorrow. Polls are open at 6 a.m. and this was 6:30, I mean, and this is the actual election day for those who are not aware. So that means you cannot go to a place for early voting because that has ended. So that starts tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. I want to remind everyone that on the 18th of June at 3 p.m. is the opening day for Jackie Robinson Baseball League. So it is a wonderful event. Those who can and will, please do what you can to attend. And on June 17th, we will have Greenville Grooves, which will be a Motown festival at 5 Points Plaza, and that will start, I think, at 6 o'clock on the 17th. Carol DeShield is the one leading this event, and he is an awesome musician. So those who want an avenue to go out and listen to some very good music and a nice atmosphere, don't forget Greenville Grooves on the 17th of June. And the last thing I wanted to say, it slipped my mind, so happy weekend.
Okay.
And the week has just started.
We still got a little bit to handle tomorrow. I do want to mention that 72 years ago today, right now, the entire world was in balance. A lot of 17-year-old, 18-year-old young folks never came back. And it shows you when sane people can allow tyranny to, you look at them now and you couldn't imagine a Germany, you couldn't imagine some of those countries now and how productive they are, what the world was like then. And just want to everyone remember there are larger things happening in the world and how blessed and fortunate we are that our grandparents and great-grandparents and there's nothing I enjoy more than we had a council meeting here about a year and a half ago or so where we had many of our D-Day survivors that came in here and we literally for an hour and a half just let them tell stories. Some of them had never told their story. And they may not remember what they did yesterday, but they had vivid memories of flying over France. And my heart goes out to them, and I thank them. And we all should thank those generations that makes it possible for us to have the debates that we have here in this council. So God bless them all. And hope we never get called to that level again, but we may. We have to stay vigilant. The other one is, I can't believe, PJ, you let me do this. Congratulations to East Carolina for sweeping the NCAA baseball regional this past weekend, beating the defending national champions, the UVA Wahoos Cavaliers. And now, that was the first time ECU has ever done that on the road, winning a regional. And now I guess they're going to Lubbock for the super regional. Take it over. Take it over.
We did it at home when in 2004. In 2004 when I was on the team. So we expect that. I'll be the first one to say something when we win the super regional.
All right. I'm definitely the honor is all yours, but we love Coach Godwin and the work they're doing, and let me tell you, just again representing the community so proudly. So with that, we'll move towards adjournment. Motion adjourns. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.